Chapter 1077. Unlucky, what are you trying to do? Lu Xiang lifted her foot slightly and took a few steps back. Her pretty eyes were filled with caution. What do you think I am trying to do? Zhuowen grinned and instantly appeared in front of Lu Xiang. His left palm swept out and imprinted itself on her shoulder blade. A muffled groan sounded out as Lu Xiang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and sat on the ground. Her pretty face was incomparably pale. Why don't you hand over all your contribution points? Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Zhuowen slowly squatted down. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at Lu Xiang in front of him. There was not a trace of emotion in his voice. At the same time, the sharp blade of the 7-kill blade in his hand was inches away from Lu Xiang's pure white neck. This caused the latter's hair to involuntarily stand. Lu Xiang bit her lower lip. She finally compromised and handed over all her contribution points to Zhuowen. What caused Zhuowen to be a little surprised was that Lu Xiang really had quite a number of contribution points. There were actually a total of 70 to 80,000 contribution points. Jianan, Gatha, Brother Mo and Xian Xing. The four of you can split the remaining 20 over people's contribution points. After collecting the contribution points from Lu Xiang, Zhuowen spoke to Mo Lingtian and the other three behind him. The four of them reacted and each of them took action. They snatched the contribution points from the 20 over members of the Emperor Pavilion that Zhuowen had beaten to the ground. After all, with Zhuowen around, these members of the Emperor Pavilion naturally did not dare to resist. After splitting the contribution points from the 20 over members of the Emperor Pavilion, Mo Lingtian, Jianan and the other three were glowing with excitement. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The contribution points from these 20 over members of the Emperor Pavilion were extremely abundant. They actually had a total of nearly 400,000 contribution points. The four of them split the 400,000 contribution points equally. Each of them had around 100,000 contribution points. They had never earned so many contribution points before. Their eyes revealed an extremely rich excitement. We've really struck it rich this time. Jianan's face flushed red as he involuntarily muttered in excitement. The corners of Mo Lingtian's and the other two's mouths involuntarily curled into a smile. They were practically grinning from ear to ear. The harvest this time was enough to make up for all the missions they had risked their lives to complete within the academy. Zhuowen, can we go now? Lu Xiang's pretty face was filled with coldness as she spoke coldly to Zhuowen. Scram! After Zhuowen spat out these two words, he no longer paid any attention to Lu Xiang. Instead, he directly walked towards Mo Lingtian's group. Lu Xiang had only come here to humiliate herself. Zhuowen did not really care. In addition, they were not allowed to kill each other within the academy. Hence, Zhuowen did not intend to be ruthless. Most importantly, Zhuowen knew that the mastermind behind all this was not Lu Xiang. It should be Lu Xiang's elder brother, Lu Qing, who was known as the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion. This time, he let Lu Xiang go as a reminder to Lu Qing that he, Zhuowen, was not someone to be trifled with. If he provoked him, he would have to pay the corresponding price. Brother Zhua, so you've also come out of seclusion. However, your progress is a little fast. In just half a year, you've already reached the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. Moreover, judging from your aura, you're probably not far from breaking through to the Heavenly Exalt realm, right? Mo Lingtian and the other three took the initiative to welcome him. Among them, Mo Lingtian clicked his tongue in wonder. Yes, I'm just short of an opportunity to break through to the Heavenly Exalt realm. However, whether I can successfully break through will also depend on my luck. Zhuowen shook his head and said, from the initial stage of the Golden Exalt realm to the peak of the Golden Exalt realm, one only needed to be in an environment rich in energy and rely on a period of time. However, from the peak of the Golden Exalt realm to the initial stage of the Heavenly Exalt realm, this was a threshold that required opportunities, comprehension, and luck. Moreover, Zhuowen believed that if his cultivation could reach the heavenly exalt realm, his battle strength would probably not be afraid of the top 5 existences on the outer court heavenly exalt list. However, if he wanted to break through, he could not rush things. Everything had to be done slowly so that when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. Hearing this, Mo Lingtian and the other 3 were also a little moved. They knew very well that Zhuowen had only been in the sect for about 7 months. In such a short period of time, he had climbed from the sovereign realm to the peak of the golden exalt realm. His speed could not be said to be slow. Speaking of which, Gatha's progress is also very fast. She has already reached the late stage of the sovereign realm. After releasing the armor spirit, she is not even afraid of golden exalt realm warriors. As he spoke, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the delicate and pretty face of Gatha. His somewhat teasing words caused the latter's exquisite face to slowly reveal an alluring crimson color, just like a ripe red apple. Big brother Zhuo, you must be joking. Compared to you, Gatha's progress is nothing. Gatha lowered her eyelids and said somewhat mockingly. Zhuowen smiled and did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he said in a low voice, "Do you know about the people from the inner court? We have also heard about it. Recently, the news about the people from the inner court has spread like wildfire in the academy. It would be difficult for us not to know about it." Mo Lingtian laughed involuntarily. In theory, all the students from the outer court have the qualifications to compete for the inner court's disciple recruitment this time. In reality, it is only a competition between the geniuses on the heavenly exalt list. The geniuses on the heavenly exalt list are the true monsters of the outer court. It is really too difficult for the other students to compete with these monsters. Xian Xing suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Elder sister Xian Xing is right. Since the people from the inner court have come to recruit disciples, there will not be many spots. Moreover, there are 32 spots on the heavenly exalt list. The remaining few spots will definitely come from these 32 spots. However, Big Brother Zhuo is also quite strong and should have the opportunity to compete for the spot of the inner court's disciple." Jianan's gaze landed on Zhuowen as he spoke. He had a nearly blind worship for Zhuowen. It is still too early to make a conclusion. Although the people from the inner court have already arrived at the outer court, the purpose of this trip has not been announced. Even if they are really recruiting disciples, the number of spots, selection mechanism etc. have not been confirmed. Zhuowen shook his head and spoke in a rational manner. "I feel that these will be announced in the next few days. At that time, there will definitely be some news within the academy. For now, we can only wait." Mo Lingtian nodded and said, "Zhuowen, there is one more thing that I have not told you. It is related to Palm Chui." Suddenly, Mo Lingtian opened his mouth again. "Palm Chui? What about it?" Zhuowen was startled. In his mind, he recalled the young man with a sword on his back who had a surging fighting spirit in his eyes. Speaking of which, he had not seen Palm Chui for a long time. After all, he was the second-ranked new student. Palm Chui has joined the Emperor Pavilion. It seems that he has obtained quite a lot of benefits from the Emperor Pavilion. Moreover, he has always wanted to fight with you. After hesitating for a moment, Mo Lingtian finally opened his mouth and spoke. "He has joined the Emperor Pavilion?" Zhuowen was startled. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. However, it only appeared for a short while before he regained his calm. At the entrance of the quiet bamboo forest outside the new students' dormitory, many bruised and swollen new students were still pacing back and forth. Moreover, they would occasionally glance towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Previously, they were chased out by Lu Xiang and the others. If they were to enter the new students' dormitory without permission, they would definitely be beaten up. Therefore, these new students did not dare to enter immediately. That Zhuowen has been in there for quite a long time. I wonder how he is now? Murmurs could be heard from the new students. This time around, Lu Xiang was leading a group of over 20 members from the Emperor Pavilion, and none of them were ordinary individuals. Although Zhuo Wen's reputation was not small and his strength was not weak, he was after all a lone figure. This time around, he would definitely suffer some losses when facing the members of the Emperor Pavilion. Look, someone is coming out from there. I wonder who it is? I feel that it is that Zhuowen. Although this Zhuowen is rumored to be a god, he is at most a golden sovereign. Moreover, it is difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. One of them is facing over 20 cultivators of the same level. There is even a heavenly sovereign expert among them. Thinking about it, it is not likely that he will win. That is also true. This Zhuowen can be considered to be somewhat unlucky. He has just returned and he is already being taught a lesson by the Emperor Pavilion. The new students discussed spiritedly. However, their gazes were firmly fixed on the moving figure in the depths of the bamboo forest. They wanted to see who exactly the owner of this figure was. A somewhat miserable figure led a group of 20 people and walked out from the depths of the bamboo forest with a gloomy face. Moreover, the condition of these 20 people was not good. Their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. Their eyes were unfocused. Seeing this group of people, the new students were first startled. Soon after, they very tacitly descended into silence. This was because this group of people was not Zhuowen, Mo Lingtian, and the others that they had expected. It was actually the group of people from the Emperor Pavilion led by Lu Xiang. When their gazes landed on the somewhat miserable condition of this group of people, how could the new students not know that it was very likely that Lu Xiang's group had suffered quite a bit of a loss in the battle earlier? What are you looking at? All of you, get lost. Lu Xiang walked out of the bamboo forest and saw the strange gazes that the surrounding new students shot over. The gloominess in her beautiful eyes became denser and she involuntarily cried out in a lovely voice. Her somewhat hoarse voice sounded exceptionally frightening. The new students retreated one after another like fearful tigers, opening up a smooth path for her. With a cold snort, the gloominess in Lu Xiang's eyes became denser. The hatred in her heart for Zhuowen also soared by several times. This had already happened twice. She had been defeated by that man twice. She was really unable to swallow this anger. Miss Lu Xiang, do you think we should talk to the third pavilion master about this matter? That Zhuowen is really too arrogant. If we allow him to continue acting so wantonly, I'm afraid that the reputation of our Emperor Pavilion will really be destroyed. Du Tao came to Lu Xiang's side and said in a low voice, "Humph, I have my own plans for this matter. I will not let it end like this." Lu Xiang softly snorted. She directly led the group of people and left the bamboo forest, leaving behind the new students who were whispering behind her. Looks like the final result is Zhuowen's victory. I really did not expect that Zhuowen would win against over 20 people. Chapter 1078. Letter of Challenge. The atmosphere in the room that was filled with flickering candlelight was faintly solemn. There were over a dozen chairs scattered around the room. These chairs were all filled with figures. However, there was a trace of fury in the eyes of these people. This is too much. This Zhuowen is really too arrogant. He actually dares to snatch the contribution points of our Emperor Pavilion members again. Moreover, he did not even let young lady Lu Xiang off. This fellow is detestable. At a corner, a man suddenly slammed his hand on the table beside his armrest and shouted furiously, "That's right. This Zhuowen has already snatched the contribution points of our Emperor Pavilion twice. If we allow this person to continue, how will the other students in the academy view our Emperor Pavilion? Where will the prestige of our Emperor Pavilion go?" The other people in the room also voiced their agreement one after another after this man's words sounded. Everyone's emotions were stirred up. At the leader's seat in the room, there was a black-haired and black-eyed young man wearing a long black robe. His right hand was gently placed on the table beside him. there was a black heavy spear on the table. This heavy spear was wrapped in a black cloth. The young man's right hand gently rubbed the tip of the spear. His eyes were deep, and it was impossible to see the exact expression on his face. "Big brother, this time around you must not let that Zhuowen off. This fellow is really too arrogant and despotic. The contribution points of over 20 subordinates that I brought with me have all been snatched away. That is a total of over 400,000 contribution points." Lu Xiang slowly walked out from a dark corner of the room. Her pretty face was a little swollen. This caused her originally pretty appearance to be greatly affected. From the way Lu Xiang addressed him, the identity of the black-robed young man sitting at the leader's seat in the room was obvious. He should be the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion, Lu Qing. All of you should also know that the second pavilion master, Di Shi, and the first pavilion master, Di Ba, have already entered a retreat in order to prepare for the upcoming in-name disciple competition. Currently, I am in charge of the Emperor Pavilion. Lu Qing's right hand, which was groping for the heavy spear, slowly came to a stop. His eyes, which contained a serene cold light, were placed on Lu Xiang, who was at the corner, as he said, "This Zhuowen is really arrogant. However, I do not know what is wrong with the fragrant ink pavilion. They are actually monitoring our movements at all times. If we rashly find trouble with Zhuowen, I'm afraid that Ching Dong will appear again. It won't be easy to deal with Zhuowen." Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes changed slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "What's going on with the fragrant ink pavilion? That Zhuowen isn't a member of the fragrant ink pavilion, so why is he protecting this Zhuowen? The fragrant ink pavilion's first master seems to be paying some attention to this Zhuowen. I'm afraid that Zhuowen has some relationship with the first master," Lu Qing said indifferently. "Then what should we do? Could it be that they were going to allow Zhuowen to be arrogant? This brat has already put his finger on our nose twice. If we, the Emperor Pavilion, do not take any action, won't we become the laughing stock of others?" Lu Xiang said somewhat unwillingly. Lu Qing shook his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "We naturally cannot allow this brat to be so arrogant." As he spoke, Lu Qing's eyes turned slightly and landed on a dark corner in front of the room. The corners of his mouth curled into an arc as he said, "Palm tree. Haven't you always wanted to challenge that Zhuowen? I'll give you a chance this time. Issue a challenge to that Zhuowen. The location will be at the Outer Academy Arena." A figure, which was as tall as a pine tree, was faintly discernible in the shadows. When he heard Lu Qing mention him, this figure slowly stepped forward. His white clothes were like falling snow, and he carried a long sword on his back. His eyes were filled with a sharp intent. "Third Pavilion Master, don't worry. I have already made an agreement with Zhuowen about the challenge. This time, I will definitely be able to defeat him." Palm Tree's voice was low, and his sharp eyes were filled with confidence. Half a year ago, Lu Qing had found him and recruited him into the Emperor Pavilion. He had also treated him as a key member of the Emperor Pavilion. Since joining the Emperor Pavilion, Palm Tree's strength had improved rapidly. Not only could he often cultivate and temper his meridians on the 10th floor of the cultivation tower, but he also learned many powerful cultivation methods and armor skills inside the Emperor Pavilion. His cultivation had also risen to the middle stage Heavenly Master in the past half a year. His strength was much stronger than before. Although Palm Tree's cultivation was similar to Lu Qing's, Lu Qing was in existence who was half a step into the late-stage Heavenly Master. He was an expert who could enter the late-stage Heavenly Master at any time. Therefore, although Palm Tree was confident now, he also knew that he was not qualified to challenge Lu Qing. However, Palm Tree was confident that if he was given some more time, he might be qualified to challenge Lu Qing. At that time, he would also be able to smoothly enter the Heavenly Master list and obtain supreme glory in the Outer Academy. Before entering the Heavenly Master list, I'll use Zhuowen as a stepping stone to warm up. Palm Tree thought to himself. If he was still the same as before and stayed in the freshman's dormitory, his vision would only become narrower and narrower. Moreover, his strength would not have increased to such a level. However, it was completely different now. In Palm Tree's eyes, Zhuowen, who had an abnormal battle strength, was probably nothing. Lu Qing nodded and said, "With your current strength, I'm afraid you don't need to fear Zhuowen at all. Moreover, if you issue a letter of challenge to Zhuowen, the people of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion will not be able to interfere." Palm Tree nodded and immediately turned around and left the room. He was very confident. This Palm Tree is really arrogant. Lu Xiang frowned and said with some displeasure, "Haha. It's unavoidable for a genius to have some arrogance. If Palm Tree can join our Emperor Pavilion, it will be quite beneficial for our Emperor Pavilion. Next, let's wait and see for the letter of challenge." The corner of Lu Qing's mouth slightly curled as he said indifferently, "And this time we must teach Zhuowen a lesson and let him know the consequences of offending our Emperor Pavilion." Lu Xiang clenched her fists and coldly snorted. At night the sky was filled with stars. Not far from the freshman's dormitory, in a remote bamboo forest, a figure was walking with mysterious steps. He held a long black saber in his hand and slowly danced. His movements seemed slow but were actually fast. There was a different kind of meaning behind it. Life destruction. A murmur came out from Zhuowen's mouth. Then, the long saber in his right hand slashed out horizontally. Instantly, a destructive aura gushed out from the long saber and the surrounding bamboo forest withered under the destructive aura. Slowly coming to a stop, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of contemplation. He muttered in a low voice, "The first move of the Massacre Annihilation Saber technique, life destruction. It's really mysterious. I can't possibly grasp the essence of that destructive aura." Back then, when the blood-clothed monk slashed out the life destruction with his spiritual sense, its power had really shocked Zhuowen. That slash was extremely stunning and contained the aura to destroy all living things. If God or Buddha blocked its path, it would kill Buddha. It was as if it had interpreted all the mysteries of slaughter in the world. The power that the blood-clothed monk had unleashed was also extremely terrifying. Under the power of the life destruction, Supreme Jin and Supreme Lan were unable to resist at all. They were instantly killed and their lives were severed. The Massacre Annihilation Saber technique is an Emperor's Saber technique. Moreover, it's an advanced Emperor's Saber technique. Now that your cultivation level is not high enough, it's naturally not easy for you to fully comprehend it. You still need to take it slow. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. "You're right. This can't be rushed." Zhuowen nodded. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stared at the dark depths of the bamboo forest in front of him and said indifferently, "You've been there for a long time, haven't you? Why are you acting so sneakily? What's the matter?" As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the bamboo forest became a little stagnant. A gentle breeze blew past, blowing up the fallen leaves on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps slowly rang out. In the bleak autumn wind, a figure slowly walked out from the depths of the bamboo forest. His tall and straight figure was like a peerless sharp sword. His entire body emitted a fierce aura. The figure came to a complete stop when he was 10 meters away from Zhuowen. A pair of sharp eyes stared at Zhuowen as he said with a faint smile, "Brother Zhuo, it has been a long time since we last met. Your strength has improved quite quickly." Looking at the figure in front of him, who was full of sharpness, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He smiled and said, "Brother Palm Tree, you're not bad either. You've probably gained more than me in the past 6 months, right?" The figure in the depths of the bamboo forest was none other than Palm Tree, who had come out from the headquarters of the Emperor Pavilion. As soon as he came out, he came to the new student's dormitory to look for Zhuowen. "I don't dare to say. Whether it's great or not, it's not just a matter of words. We'll only know after we try it out. Palm Tree shook his head and said with a faint smile. Oh? Brother Palm Tree, you mean? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice. Whoosh! Palm Tree flicked his finger. Suddenly, a black figure flew towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and caught the black figure in his hand. He turned his hand over and discovered that the black figure's true appearance was actually an envelope. On the surface of the envelope, the word battle was written in calligraphy. Battle letter? Zhuowen was startled and muttered in a low voice. Brother Zhua. Back then, after the freshman reward, I, Palm Tree, said that the two of us would have another battle. And in this battle, I, Palm Tree, will take back the first place that belongs to me. Palm Tree said in a clear voice. Emperor Pavilion's Lu Qing's idea? Zhuowen sneered. Palm Tree's gaze was calm and said, Think what you want. I've already sent the battle letter. 7 days later, I'll be waiting for you at the arena. If you don't come, then this battle between you and me will be considered as forfeiting and your title as the new student will change hands. Also, even if you refuse, it's useless because the Emperor Pavilion will do its best to publicize this battle letter in the coming days. I believe Brother Zhuo won't not come. Zhuowen suddenly smiled and said, Do you feel proud to be called a dog of the Emperor Pavilion? I accept this battle letter. 7 days later, I, Zhuowen, will definitely come. Hearing Zhuowen call him a dog of the Emperor Pavilion, Palm Tree's gaze froze. However, he didn't flare up. He only looked deeply at Zhuowen and said, At that time, I'll let you know that the gap between us has unknowingly widened by a large distance. Now, you can slowly use your tongue to win. Chapter 1079. Qin Xian 3 days slowly passed. When the first ray of sunlight fell on the morning of the 4th day, Zhuowen slowly pushed open the window. 3 days had passed and Zhuowen was prepared to head to the arcane tower to look for Grandmaster Lan Miao. As he walked out of the new students' dormitory, Zhuowen discovered that many new students were pointing at him and whispering to each other along the way. This phenomenon caused Zhuowen to frown slightly. He did not understand what was going on. When he walked out of the entrance of the bamboo forest, a shout sounded from the front. Big Brother Zhua, you have finally come out. In front of him, Jia Nan excitedly rushed in front of Zhuowen. He was panting and beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. Jia Nan, what's wrong? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Jia Nan looked at Zhuowen strangely and said softly, Big Brother Zhua, don't tell me you didn't go out at all these 3 days? Zhuowen nodded. He looked straight at Jia Nan and said, What's wrong? Did something happen during these 3 days? At this point, Jia Nan's eyes revealed a trace of haze. He said, Big Brother Zhua, I heard that Palmda of the Emperor Pavilion has sent you a letter of challenge and plans to challenge you in the fighting arena 4 days later. This news has spread like wildfire. Now the entire academy knows about it. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. It seemed that what Palmda said 3 days ago about the Emperor Pavilion spreading the news was true. It had only been 3 days and news of the challenge had already spread throughout the entire outer academy. Zhuowen could completely imagine that when the challenge began 4 days later, it would definitely attract countless people. At that time, the fighting arena would definitely be a grand occasion. Looks like the Emperor Pavilion intends to make me, Zhuowen, suffer a crushing defeat in front of the entire academy. Is this the Emperor Pavilion's Yang Wei? Zhuowen coldly said in a low voice. It should be. This Palmda is really a traitor. He is clearly a member of us new students, but he joined the Emperor Pavilion that persecutes us new students. Now, he even intends to help the Emperor Pavilion deal with you, Big Brother Zhua. Jia Nan said somewhat angrily. But Zhuowen shook his head and said with a smile, Everyone has their own aspirations. Although Palm is a new student, he isn't one of us. We don't have the qualifications to talk about which force he joins. However, He intends to use me, Zhuowen, to establish his prestige. I'm afraid he chose the wrong person. Big brother Zhua, are you sure you can handle Palm Tree? It is said that this Palm Man's strength has increased very quickly in the past half a year. Not only has his cultivation reached the middle stage of the heavenly exalted realm, his strength has also become the number one person under the 3 great pavilion masters in the Emperor Pavilion. In the Emperor Pavilion, he can be said to be like the sun in the midday sky. Jianan said a bit worriedly. Don't worry. Since I was able to defeat Palm once, I can defeat him a second time. Zhuowen suddenly laughed. I believe in Brother Zhua. Big Brother Zhua, something big happened in the past 3 days. It's about the people from the inner courtyard. Jianan's face flushed red, and he was slightly excited. Obviously, what he was about to say next would be rather exciting. Zhuowen's heart moved, and he took the initiative to ask, "What is it?" He knew that a large part of the purpose of the people from the inner courtyard this time was to recruit nominal disciples. If it was true, it would be quite beneficial for Zhuowen to enter the inner courtyard in advance. Therefore, Zhuowen was so sensitive to the news of the people from the inner courtyard. Yesterday, the dean released the news that the people from the inner courtyard this time are from the Sky Capital Peak, one of the 9 peaks of the inner courtyard. They are here to recruit nominal disciples into the Sky Capital Peak. Jianan said rather solemnly. Is there a limit to the number of nominal disciples? Zhuowen asked. Jianan shook his head and said, There doesn't seem to be a limit. It is said that as long as the outer courtyard disciples are able to complete the requirements set by the people from the Sky Capital Peak, they will be able to be recruited as nominal disciples. The requirements set by the Sky Capital Peak? Did the dean mention the requirements set by the people from the Sky Capital Peak? Zhuowen asked again. Yes. It is said that there are a few requirements to become nominal disciples. It is said that the first one is to obtain a trace of the island's source energy from the other islands in the Sea of Misery. Only the disciples who complete this requirement have the qualifications to carry out the next requirement set by the Sky Capital Peak. Jianan continued. Island source energy? What is that? Zhuowen revealed a puzzled expression. He had never heard of this so-called island source energy. Jianan shrugged helplessly and said, I am not too sure what the island source energy is either. However, it is said that the island source energy is the source energy of the islands in the Sea of Misery. It is said that it can increase a cultivator's aptitude. Moreover, all the islands in the Sea of Misery basically release their source energy once a year. This time, the source energy will be released half a year later. Therefore, if you want to complete the first requirement, you will have to complete it after half a year. It is actually half a year later. Looks like there is still quite a lot of time. Jianan, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. I will properly investigate the island's source energy after I complete the matters at hand. Zhuowen patted Jianan's shoulder and spoke in a slightly apologetic manner. It's fine. Big Brother Zhua, just do what you need to do. There are still 4 days before the battle with the palm tree. Big Brother Zhua, you cannot lose to the people from the Emperor's Pavilion. You must ruthlessly crush their spirit and avenge us new students. Jianan waved his fists and spoke in an extremely confident manner. Don't worry. I naturally know this. I will take my leave first. After bidding farewell, Zhuowen parted ways with Jianan and headed straight for the Arcana Tower. At the same time, Zhuowen also took out his Arcana Master's robe. After being taken in as Master Lan Miao's disciple, Lu Wei had naturally obediently handed the green robe to Zhuowen. After putting on the green robe, Zhuowen entered the plaza in front of the Arcana Tower. He followed the white marble path in the center of the plaza and directly entered the Arcana Tower. Because he was wearing the green robe, Zhuowen was able to move freely within the Arcana Tower. When he arrived at the 3rd floor, a wave of noise immediately attracted his attention. He saw that there were quite a few yellow-robed arcana masters in the center of the hall. Rather intense mental energy undulations could be faintly felt within the encirclement. Clearly, this was a clash between some arcana masters due to some conflict. Zhuowen was never one to meddle in other people's business. He merely glanced indifferently at the crowd before directly walking towards the stairs leading to the 4th floor. Trash as expected. Even though you have become Master Lan Miao's disciple in name, you are still trash. Huang Ken, don't think that you can sit back and relax just because you have Zhuowen. My big brother Chen Xin can crush him with a single finger. A wild and arrogant laughter was transmitted from the crowd. Zhuowen's right leg, which had originally stepped onto the stairs, paused for a moment. Immediately, he placed it down once again. His densely cold gaze was shot towards the middle of the 3rd level where the crowd had surrounded him. There were 3 figures in the center of the encirclement. These 3 figures were faintly divided into 2 sides. One side only had one person in yellow robes, and his eyes were filled with resentment. On the other side were 2 people. One was in green robes, and his eyes were filled with arrogance. The other was in green robes, and had his hands crossed over his chest. His chin was raised high and his eyes were narrowed. It was as if nothing in his surroundings was worthy of his attention. I really did not expect that Chen Gang would actually bring his big brother Chen Xin here. Huang Ken is really unlucky. It's not just unlucky. Although Huang Ken has been accepted as a disciple by Master Lan Miao, a mere disciple in name is not valued by the master. Chen Gang also saw this point, which is why he provoked Huang Ken like this. Have you forgotten? Chen Xin is one of Master Tusida's official disciples. His status is not something that a disciple in name like Huang Ken can compare to. Chen Gang is even more unscrupulous. The surrounding crowd began to whisper. Their gazes were filled with respect and fear as they looked at the unperturbed green-robed man with his hands crossed over his chest. Chen Gang, don't go too far. Huang Ken's face was flushed red, and his eyes were filled with resentment. This Chen Gang actually pestered him, and came looking for trouble again. He was really like a sticky candy that could not be shaken off. Humph! Hurry up and tell me the whereabouts of Zhuowen. That kid injured my brother, so he has to pay a price. Otherwise, wouldn't my brother be bullied by anyone? Chen Xin, who was standing behind Chen Gang, finally opened his narrowed eyes and said indifferently to Huang Can, I don't know the whereabouts of Brother Zhuo. It's useless for you to ask me. Huang Can coldly snorted. Chen Xin clenched his right hand, and his gaze became slightly gloomy. He said indifferently, You're a little sentimental. Since you won't tell me, I'll beat you until you do. As he spoke, a terrifying mental energy storm swept out from behind Chen Xin. The terrifying mental energy spread out like ripples in water, causing many of the surrounding onlookers to retreat, their eyes filled with awe. Huang Can also retreated a few steps, his face slightly pale. Chen Xin was a 5th-grade arcana master. He was not someone a mere perfect grade 3rd-grade arcana master could compare to. Chen Xin, Master Mu Feng has long since stipulated that private fights are not allowed in the Arcana Tower. As Master Mu Feng's disciple, you actually knowingly broke the law. Huang Can's voice was filled with fear. You say that I knowingly broke the law? How laughable. Who are you and who am I? I don't have to abide by the rules that you have to abide by. Chen Xin smiled coldly and walked towards Huang Can step by step. The mental energy that spread out from him became more and more terrifying, and the pressure became more and more frightening. Huang Can's face became even paler, and he continuously retreated. As Huang Can retreated, the surrounding arcana masters also retreated. They didn't want to become Huang Can's meat shield. They knew very well how terrifying Chen Xin was, and didn't want to be dragged into this mess. Boom! Chen Xin stomped his foot, and the terrifying mental energy storm swept towards Huang Can like a spinning top. The might of the heavens surged, causing many of the surrounding onlookers to change their expressions. Huang Can's right hand touched his forehead, and he gritted his teeth and released his mental energy. Unfortunately, his mental energy was completely incomparable to Chen Xian's. It was extremely weak. Ha! A speck of light dares to compete with the sun and moon? How laughable! Chen Xian sneered, and the mental energy storm came crashing down. The mental energy released by Huang Can was extremely weak, and it directly shattered. Huang Can's face turned pale. He stared at the enormous mental energy storm in the sky, and his throat involuntarily trembled. Boom! Chapter 1080. Mental Energy Competition. Who is it? Chen Xian's eyes were filled with astonishment as he watched the mental energy storm being shattered by the blade aura. Many of the surrounding people did not expect that the mental energy storm released by Chen Xian would actually be broken. Following Chen Xian's line of sight, the crowd's gazes landed on a tall figure not far away. Who are you? Chen Xian stared at the figure and coldly asked. Weren't you looking for me just now? Why are you asking me who I am now? Zhuowen mocked. Zhuowen? Chen Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Brother Zhuo. Huang Can also saw Zhuowen slowly walking over, and could not help but exclaim in surprise. It is said that Grandmaster Lan Miao, who has never accepted a disciple before, has made an exception and accepted a disciple because of you. However, from what I can see, you have not shown much talent for mental energy, but your martial talent is not bad. However, I think you have come to the wrong place. This is the Arcana Tower, not the Cultivation Tower. Chen Xian crossed his arms and mocked. The blade aura Zhuowen had unleashed just now was quite powerful, so Chen Xian was faintly afraid in his heart, but even more so, there was a trace of contempt. After all, the Arcana Tower only recruited arcane geniuses. What was the use of having such high martial talent? It would not work in the Arcana Tower. Moreover, the Arcana Masters in the Arcana Tower all looked down on cultivators. They believed that cultivators were crude people who only knew how to fight, unlike the elegant and carefree Arcana Masters. Are you done with your nonsense? Zhuowen only stared quietly at Chen Xian, and indifferently spat out these words. The corners of Chen Xian's mouth stiffened, and his gaze immediately darkened. Chen Gang could not help but step forward and point at Zhuowen. Don't think that you are so great just because you were accepted as Grandmaster Lan Miao's last disciple. Your mental energy is merely at the peak of grade 4. There is a qualitative difference between that and grade 5. I'm afraid that you use some underhanded method to make Grandmaster Lan Miao misjudge you and accept a piece of trash like you. You're calling me trash? I remember that you were defeated by me 3 days ago, right? Now you, a defeated opponent, are pointing at my nose and saying that I'm trash. Don't you feel that you're like a jumping clown and extremely laughable? Zhuowen said indifferently. In front of my big brother, you're just a piece of trash. Your martial strength is indeed not bad, but do you dare to compete with my big brother using spiritual power? As Master Lan Miao's disciple, I think that you won't withdraw because of this, right? Chen Gang gave a cold snort and quibbled. Are you saying that you want me to compete with your brother, Chen Xian, in terms of spiritual power? Zhuowen suddenly asked in a strange tone. Even Huang Can's expression was somewhat strange. He knew that Zhuowen's spiritual type ability was terrifying, having reached the great circle of the 5th stage. Although Chen Xian was also a 5th stage Arcana Master, he was only at the lesser stage of the 5th stage. The gap between him and Zhuowen was not small. However, this guy, Chen Gang, actually proposed that Zhuowen and Chen Xian compete in spiritual power. It was no wonder that Zhuowen and Huang Can both revealed strange expressions. However, this kind of expression was only revealed by Zhuowen and Huang Can. Everyone else's eyes were filled with ridicule, and the target of their ridicule was naturally Zhuowen. In the entire arcane tower, only Master Lan Miao and Huang Ken knew that Zhuowen's spiritual power had reached the great circle of the 5th stage. The others simply did not know. At that time, Zhuowen's spiritual power on the 4th floor was also around the 4th stage. He mainly relied on his martial strength to defeat Chen Gang and Lu Li, so Chen Gang mistakenly thought that Zhuowen's spiritual power was actually only strong in martial strength, but his spiritual power was actually ordinary. What? You don't dare? Chen Gang raised his chin high. He naturally saw the strange expression on Zhuowen's face, but he believed that the reason why Zhuowen revealed such an expression was actually a sign of a guilty conscience. After all, in his opinion, Zhuowen's spiritual power definitely did not exceed the 4th stage. There was quite a large gap between him and his big brother, Chen Xian. Chen Xian silently watched all of this, the corners of his mouth full of a sneer, but he interjected, "You don't dare? It seems that the disciple recruited by Master Lan Miao isn't much. Not only is his talent lacking, but he is also as timid as a mouse. How disappointing." "That's right. Since you don't dare, then get out of the arcane tower as soon as possible, lest you tarnish Master Lan Miao's reputation." Chen Gang took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, ridiculing and ridiculing. The mocking looks in the eyes of quite a few people in the surroundings became even more intense. News of Master Lan Miao accepting a disciple had spread like wildfire in the arcane tower over the past 3 days. Everyone had different opinions regarding Zhuowen's spiritual power, but that Chen Gang swore that Zhuowen was a 4th stage arcana master. Thus, everyone believed this to be true, believing that Zhuowen was really a 4th stage arcana master. There were even quite a few people who were envious of Zhuowen's luck. A 4th stage arcana master was actually accepted as a disciple by Master Lan Miao. This was a treatment that many 4th stage arcana masters did not have. Of course, if they knew Zhuowen's true spiritual power cultivation, they would probably be taken aback. "Did I say that I don't dare? Since you want to compete with me, I, Zhuowen, will naturally be happy to accompany you." Zhuowen slowly stepped forward and said indifferently. Chen Xian and Chen Gang's expressions froze. They did not expect that Zhuowen would actually agree so readily. They faintly felt that something was wrong. However, since it's a competition, there must be a prize. Otherwise, this competition would be too monotonous. Zhuowen said with a slight smile. Chen Xian frowned slightly. This Zhuowen's performance was a little too indifferent. Not only did he not reject this spiritual power competition, he even wanted a prize. Although he faintly felt that something was wrong, he was still very confident in his spiritual power. "Big brother, this kid is definitely bluffing. Don't be fooled by him. Isn't it just a prize? We'll just give it to him. This person is Master Lan Miao's disciple, and you are Master Tusida's disciple. If you defeat and ruthlessly humiliate this kid, Master Tusida will definitely praise you." Chen Gang said to Chen Xian in a low voice. Master Tusida was also one of Master Mu Feng's 4 direct disciples. However, his relationship with Master Lan Miao was not very good. It could be said that the two of them often fought openly and secretly. However, because Master Lan Miao's cultivation was higher, Master Tusida would often suffer some losses. However, if Chen Xian could defeat and ruthlessly humiliate Master Lan Miao's newly accepted disciple, he would undoubtedly gain Master Tusida's favor. Thinking of this, Chen Xian was somewhat tempted. He nodded and said to Zhuowen, "What do you want as a prize?" "A grade 5 origin formation." Zhuowen indifferently spat out these words. Whoosh! As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar. This Zhuowen was really asking for an exorbitant price. He actually wanted to use a grade 5 origin formation as a wager. This thing was extremely precious even to a grade 5 arcana master. It was already very good for a Grade 5 Arcana Master to possess a Grade 5 Origin formation. Moreover, they would treat it like a treasure. Who would have the courage to use it as a wager? A Grade 5 Origin formation? Do you have such a thing on you? Chen Xian's pupils shrank. Soon after, he asked somewhat suspiciously. With a flick of his finger, Zhuowen immediately summoned the Greater Infinity Sword formation. Rays of sword light surrounded his body. Soon after, he stared at Chen Xian and said, "What do you think? You actually have a Grade 5 Origin formation?" Chen Gang also began to realize that something was wrong. This Zhuowen actually had a Grade 5 Origin formation on him. Could it be that Master Lan Miao had given him a gift for becoming his disciple? "It's your turn. Take out your Grade 5 Origin formation," Zhuowen said indifferently. Chen Xian's eyes flickered. He sneered and said, "It seems that Master Lan Miao treats you quite well. Clearly, his mental strength is only at Grade 4, but he actually gave you a Grade 5 Origin formation." As he spoke, Chen Xian waved his sleeve. Rays of starlight formed a ring-shaped galaxy that surrounded Chen Xian's body. The sparkling starlight looked mysterious and distant. Grade 5 Origin formation, Milky Way 9 heavens. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, he asked, "How do you want to compete in mental strength?" "It's very simple. Meet force with force. Whoever has the stronger mental strength will be the winner," Chen Xian said indifferently. His entire body was wrapped in mental strength. His green robe fluttered in the wind under this mental strength. Chen Xian also slowly floated up under the effect of his mental strength. It was as if he was floating in the air. This method is simple and practical. Not bad. Zhuowen nodded. The mental strength in his Naiwen palace also slowly gushed out and wrapped around his body. This brat wants to meet force with force with force. He is simply asking for humiliation. Chen Gang's mouth was full of a cold smile. He looked at Zhuowen with a gaze full of ridicule. The surrounding people also stared at Zhuowen, who was also floating in the air. The mental strength emitted by Zhuowen was indeed not strong. It was only at Grade 4. So where did this brat get the confidence to compete with Chen Xian in mental strength? Huang Can was startled at first. Soon after, his eyes revealed a look of understanding. He softly said, "Zhuowen really knows how to play. Grade 4? Hee, I thought you had some kind of trump card. I didn't expect you to still be a Grade 4 Arcana Master. Let me ask you, what do you have to compete with me?" Chen Xian's voice became incomparably strong under the influence of his Yuan power. It was also mixed with a trace of contempt and disdain. "What do I have to compete with you? You will find out very soon." When Zhuowen rose to the same height as Chen Xian, his right hand touched the space between his eyebrows again. An even more surging mental strength rushed out like a tide. If Zhuowen's mental strength was like a trickle just now, this sudden surge of mental strength was like an endless river, flowing far and wide. When this mental strength completely appeared in the living room, Chen Xian's face completely froze. Not only Chen Xian, but Chen Gang and the surrounding onlookers also fell into varying degrees of stupefaction. This lad's mental power is actually at the initial level 5? Chen Gang muttered to himself, his face completely stiff. "I see. I was wondering why Master Lan Miao suddenly accepted a disciple. So you are also an initial Grade 5 Arcana Master." Chen Xian's face was slightly gloomy. This time, he had miscalculated. He did not expect Zhuowen to hide his mental strength. Only a small success? A smile appeared at the corner of Zhuowen's mouth. Then, an even more terrifying mental strength rushed out. It was a rushing river just now, but now it was a vast ocean. Chapter 1081. Mottled white at this moment, the atmosphere in the living room was somewhat heavy and oppressive. However, this atmosphere only lasted for a moment before it suddenly erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time. Advanced Grade 5 Mental Energy? This Zhuowen is actually a Grade 5 Advanced Arcana Master. His mental energy cultivation is even higher than Chen Xian's. After a moment of silence, an extremely wild discussion and uproar broke out in the surroundings. Clearly, Zhuowen's sudden burst of mental energy had truly shocked everyone. Gulp! Chen Gang's throat trembled. His face was slightly pale as he looked at Zhuowen's figure surrounded by a vast sea of mental energy. He wanted to say something, but he realized that he had nothing to say. The only thing that could be seen was the shock that filled his heart, which was increasing exponentially. Chen Xian's expression became extremely ugly. However, he was cursing in his heart. This damn Zhuowen clearly has mental energy at the Advanced Grade 5 Advanced Arcana Master, but he actually pretended to be weak in front of him. No wonder this kid was so confident before, and even took the initiative to propose a Grade 5 Yuan array as the wager. This kid had planned everything so that he could trick him and give him a harsh slap in the face. Brother Chen Xian, is there still a need to compete? I believe that Brother Chen Xian is also a smart person and definitely won't ask for trouble. How about this, you can just hand over the Milky Way Empyrean to me. Let's all make money out of harmony. Surrounded by the vast ocean of mental energy, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with smiles, as if he was completely harmless. However, it was precisely this appearance that made Chen Xian gnash his teeth in anger. This brat was truly capable of causing others to die without paying with his life. The rest of the people in the living room were speechless as they looked at Zhuowen's harmless appearance. This guy was really good at pretending. The pitiful ones were the two brothers, Chen Xian and Chen Gang. This time, they had been tricked miserably. A Grade 5 Yuan array. Even for a Grade 5 Arcana Master, it was an extremely precious item. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry to lose because of this kind of competition. Chen Xian's expression was solemn as he coldly said, "Your mental energy cultivation is higher than mine, but you may not be able to beat me. Do you think that's possible before we even try? You won't give up until you reach the Yellow River? All right, I'll fulfill your wish." The smile on Zhuowen's face also faded. Soon after, he stomped his foot, and the mental energy on his body crushed towards Chen Xian's head like a mountain. Chen Xian's expression suddenly changed. He raised his hands, and the psychic energy surrounding him formed an oval-shaped defensive shield. Obviously, Chen Xian knew that his psychic energy was weaker than Zhuowen's. He planned to only defend and not attack. Rumble! The terrifying spiritual power crushed down, and invisible ripples spread in the gap between the two spiritual powers. There was a hissing sound in the air, which sounded slightly ear-piercing. At the moment when the two mental energies collided, Chen Xian's face was slightly pale. His knees were slightly bent, as if he was enduring an extremely heavy pressure. However, he clenched his teeth and refused to let go. He managed to hold on for a while. Give up on offense and focus on defense? Unfortunately, your method will ultimately fail. Zhuowen's voice was like thunder in the void, resounding throughout the entire hall. It shook the eardrums and made people feel a little dizzy. As these words came out, the mental energy crushing down on Chen Xian's body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the mental energy above Chen Xian was directly shattered, and cracks spread out. Poochie! Chen Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the cracks that spread out above him and roared, "Block it!" A futile struggle. Zhuowen's voice rang out again. The mental energy shield in front of Chen Xian was torn to pieces. A muffled groan sounded, and a black figure flew out in front of everyone's eyes. He landed on the ground in an extremely sorry state, and almost fell flat on his back. Chen Xian lost. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. They had already expected this outcome, but Chen Xian's speed of retreat was far faster than they had imagined. Chen Gang's face was extremely pale. He hurriedly came to Chen Xian's side and tried to support him. Get lost. Chen Xian mercilessly pushed Chen Gang away, his eyes filled with annoyance. He only had one grade 5 origin array on him, and it was tailor-made for him by Master Tusida. Although he was also a grade 5 Arcana Master and had the qualifications to refine a grade 5 origin array, his mental energy was only at the initial grade 5 level. It was very difficult for him to control his mental energy, so the failure rate of refining a grade 5 origin array was extremely high. In addition, the materials for a grade 5 origin array were extremely expensive. Therefore, if Chen Xian wanted to refine a grade 5 origin array for himself, the price he would have to pay would definitely be beyond what he could bear. Chen Gang's face was completely drained of blood. He had never expected that the final outcome would be like this. Originally, he had confidently brought his big brother Chen Xian here to teach Zhuowen a lesson. However, in the end, not only did he fail to teach Zhuowen a lesson, it was his big brother who had been taught a lesson. At the same time, he had also lost a grade 5 yuan array. Brother Chen Xian, I will gladly accept your Milky Way 9 heavens. Of course, I am also very grateful for Brother Chen Xian's generosity. After repelling Chen Xian, Zhuowen landed in front of the Milky Way 9 heavens. His powerful mental energy transformed into a large hand, and suddenly reached out with the intention of sucking the grade 5 origin array into his palm. Swoosh! However, the moment the hand was about to touch the Milky Way of 9 heavens, the Milky Way of 9 heavens suddenly turned into specks of stars and shot out explosively, dodging Zhuowen's absorption and returning to Chen Xian's side. Oh? Brother Chen Xian, what is the meaning of this? Zhuowen's body stiffened. Soon after, his serene and cold gaze stared intently at the pale-faced Chen Xian below. A faintly discernible killing intent enveloped Chen Xian, causing the latter's heart to tighten. Brother Zhuo, this Milky Way 9 heavens is a gift from my teacher for acknowledging me as his disciple. It has a special meaning to me, so I cannot hand it over. How about this, the next time I personally refine a grade 5 origin array, I will hand it over to Brother Zhuo with both hands. How about that? Chen Xian forced out a smile and said. When these words came out, a trace of disdain appeared in the eyes of many people in the surroundings. Chen Xian's words were really pleasant to hear. If he wanted to go back on his word, then so be it. To say these words in such a dignified manner, his skin was really thick. Zhuowen put on a fake smile and said, Brother Chen Xian's words are wrong. This Milky Way 9 heavens is the prize you promised. Don't tell me Brother Chen Xian is a shameless person who doesn't keep his promise? I think Brother Chen Xian is not such a person, so it's better to hand it over to me. Chen Xian's face twitched. Zhuowen's words had a hidden meaning. He was insinuating that he didn't keep his promise and was shameless. However, he still remained as unmoved as a mountain unmoved. Looks like Brother Chen Xian is not sincere at all. Then there's no other way. Don't blame me for snatching it. Zhuowen grinned and stomped his foot. A terrifying mental energy crushed down, and a murderous intent completely locked onto Chen Xian. Senior brother, how long do you want to watch? Quickly come out and help me. Chen Xian roared and shouted at the surrounding crowd. At the same time, he flew back again and again. Boom! As soon as Chen Xian's words came out, an even more terrifying mental energy came from the left side of the crowd. This mental energy turned into a sharp claw and blocked in front of Chen Xian. Boom! This mental energy claw collided with Zhuowen's mental energy. Invisible ripples spread out, and a visible wave of air with slight moisture was produced. The surrounding people were all forced back by this wave of air, not daring to resist. Bang! A slight explosion sounded, and then the mental energy claw and Zhuowen's mental energy were annihilated at the same time. Because of this delay, Chen Xian had already retreated dozens of meters away. Brother, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Although my junior brother was a little reckless, you were a little too ruthless. Such an extreme method is not advisable. A calm voice sounded from a part of the crowd. Soon after, a young man with white hair slowly walked out. There was a faint smile in his eyes, and he looked extremely calm. This is Master Tusida's second disciple, Zai Bai. I didn't expect that even he would come to the third floor to join in the fun. How rare. When this figure finally appeared in front of everyone, his identity was revealed amidst the crowd's discussion. You're right. I also intend to make peace. Unfortunately, your junior brother is a little too shameless. He lost the competition and still wants to break his promise. Are all the disciples taught by Master Tusida so shameless? Zhuowen's words became a little impolite. You dare to slander my teacher? Chen Xian's face was gloomy as he coldly said. I'm not slandering him, but you're a shameless person. You're smearing your teacher's name. Zhuowen retorted. The smile on Zai Bai's face also faded. He said, You're Master Lan Miao's new disciple, right? If I remember correctly, your name is Zhuowen, right? Zhuowen nodded and said coldly, Are you still planning to cover up for this shameless person? Zai Bai smiled faintly. Your strength is very good. You're able to reach level 5 advanced mental power at such a young age. It's understandable that my junior brother lost to you. However, it was just an ordinary competition just now. I didn't hear anything about a prize. Brother Zhua, is it really okay to talk nonsense like this? Zhuowen was stunned. Zai Bai was trying to reverse right and wrong. I originally thought that Chen Xian was the most shameless person I've ever met. Now I realize that I was wrong. As a senior brother, you're definitely better than him. Zhuowen said sarcastically. Zai Bai's face stiffened. His gentle gaze finally revealed a trace of coldness. He said, It seems that Brother Zhuo's ability to slander is also one of the best I've ever seen. Since we can't make things clear with words, we can only fight. As he spoke, Zai Bai suddenly stepped forward. His level 5 advanced mental power surged out as he stared coldly at Zhuowen. Both Zhuowen and Zai Bai have level 5 advanced mental power. I wonder who's stronger. Seeing Zai Bai's posture, many people around showed a trace of excitement. After all, both Zhuowen and Zai Bai were experts. Watching experts fight was naturally beneficial for them. Haha. Let's see who's stronger? Chapter 1082. Black and White 8 Trigrams Formation. When the mental strength of a perfect grade 5 was completely released, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became strangely silent. Everyone stared at Zhuowen with their mouths wide open, not knowing what to say. Just when everyone thought that Zhuowen was a grade 4 Arcana Master, Zhuowen's spiritual power had reached the level of grade 5 Small Success. When everyone thought that this was Zhuowen's limit, Zhuowen's spiritual power had reached the level of grade 5 Large Success and defeated Chen Xian. When Chen Xian's senior brother Zai Bai arrived, everyone thought that this was going to be a fierce battle. However, Zhuowen played a joke on them. That was, Zhuowen's mental strength actually broke through another level, reaching the level of level 5 Great Perfection. This unexpected performance made everyone start to think that Zhuowen's mental strength had no limit. He actually soared his mental strength several times. The smile at the corner of Bai Zai's mouth completely froze, while Chen Xian and Chen Gang were stunned on the spot. They did not expect that Zhuowen's spiritual power of level 5 Upper Realm was not his limit. Great grade 5 perfection? When Chen Xian completely recovered, his lips squirmed, and he slowly spat out such a sentence, like a question, but also like a question. Who would have thought that in his opinion, an ant who should be a grade 4 Arcanist would show such a terrifying mental strength, far beyond Chen Xian's imagination? Zai Bai's face was the ugliest. Originally, he came out just to support Chen Xian, and at the same time to rub the spirit of Master Lan Miao's new disciple. Now he found that Zhuowen's mental strength was actually above his. It could be said that he went for wool and came home shorn. The current situation really made it difficult for him to get off. Get lost. After breaking out the great grade 5 perfection mental strength, Zhuowen flicked his sleeve, and suddenly a terrifying mental strength burst out, turning into a huge mental strength hand, and crushed toward Zhai Bai. Feeling the horror of the mental strength hand, Zhai Bai's face changed slightly. He clenched his teeth, and with a flick of his sleeve, the terrifying mental strength turned into sharp claws, and directly blasted out. Gotcha! Unfortunately, the difference in mental energy between the two was almost an entire level. The power was naturally incomparable. The mottled white mental energy claw only lasted for a moment before it collapsed and was annihilated. Zhuowen pressed down with his right hand. After the mental energy palm destroyed the mental energy claw, it continued to fly towards Baiji, causing the latter to retreat in fear. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a grade 5 origin array from his spirit ring. Black and white 8 trigrams formation. Baizai let out a low roar. An enormous black and white yin and yang pattern appeared on the origin array he took out. The black and white yin and yang pattern constantly rotated, forming a rather sturdy defense in front of Baizai. Bang! The mental energy palm slammed into the black and white 8 trigrams array and was completely stopped. It was unable to move forward. Greater limitless sword formation. Since Baizai had used a grade 5 origin formation, Zhuowen naturally didn't hold back and used the infinitum sword formation. Instantly, streaks of sword light shot out like shooting stars in the night sky. The resplendent sword light was like the most dazzling starlight in the world. Bang! 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 A low explosive sound rang out as the sword glow arrived on time and slammed into the black and white 8 trigrams formation. Surging energy ripples began to spread throughout the entire hall, causing the surrounding people to continuously retreat with shock in their eyes. Baizai's face flushed red. His feet retreated again and again. The black and white 8 trigrams array in front of him was also on the verge of collapse. It was also a grade 5 origin formation, but his mental energy was a level lower than Zhuowen's. The power he could unleash was naturally a level lower. Senior brother. This person is bullying the weak. He's extremely hateful. Let me help you. Seeing that Baizai was at an absolute disadvantage, Chen Xian couldn't help but say. He knew that once Baizai was defeated, his Milky Way 9 heavens would definitely be lost. Thinking of this, Chen Xian took a step forward and came to Baizai's side. With a wave of his sleeve, a silver river spread out from his body. The resplendent starlight shrouded out like a snake and entangled the sword light in front of him. When the black and white 8 trigrams array and the Milky Way 9 heavens combined, the power it could unleash was indeed quite impressive. For a moment it blocked the imposing sword light. Looking at Chen Xian, who had vowed to join the battle, many people frowned. This competition was originally proposed by Chen Xian. Now that Chen Xian had failed, not only did he not keep his promise, but he also joined forces with Baizai to bully the weak. Chen Xian's actions were indeed a little too shameless. Huang Qin trembled with anger and couldn't help but angrily rebuke Chen Xian. Your master Tusida's disciple. Don't you feel ashamed of your despicable and shameless behavior? Chen Xian glanced indifferently at Huang Qin, whose face was flushed red. The corners of his mouth raised slightly as he said, That's not right. Zhuowen is a perfect grade 5 arcana master. He's clearly the one bullying the weak. Is it wrong for me to help my senior brother? With that, Chen Xian no longer paid attention to the resentful Huang Qin. With a shake of his sleeve, an even more powerful and terrifying mental strength gushed out. The power of the Milky Way 9 heavens increased by several times. Baizai was not to be outdone, and the black and white 8 trigrams array in front of him also became more powerful. For a moment, the greater infinity sword formation was actually suppressed. Chen Xian and Bai Ji's eyes revealed a trace of relief when they saw this scene. Infinite sword array, 1,000 swords. Zhuowen was not in a hurry. With a wave of his sleeve, his right hand formed a sword technique. Suddenly, the infinite sword array split into thousands of giant swords, falling like rain on the Milky Way 9 heavens and the black and white 8 trigrams array. Bang! 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 The power of the 1,000 swords was much stronger than before. The defense formed by the Milky Way 9 heavens and the black and white 8 trigrams array began to weaken, and then it began to tremble violently. Flowing sword style. Zhuowen seized the opportunity to pursue and execute the 5th great sword move of the Infinity Sword formation, the flowing sword style. Instantly, the countless sword lights split apart to form a terrifying storm of sword lights that covered the heavens and the earth, while the might of the Infinity Sword formation increased by a few times. Crack! As soon as the flowing sword style was used, the combined defense of the Milky Way 9 heavens and the black and white 8 trigrams array began to show traces of crack. The cracks began to spread and expand under the horrified gazes of the two before finally collapsing. The moment the defense of the two 5th grade origin arrays collapsed, Chen Xian and Bai Zai both spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated with pale faces. Whoosh! 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 When the two of them retreated dozens of steps and just stabilized their bodies, a sword light wrapped around them. The sharp tip of the sword emitted a bone-chilling coldness. It was pointed at the two of them, causing them to not dare to move in the slightest. Thump! 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 Crisp footsteps slowly sounded. It was unknown when Zhuowen had landed on the ground, but he was slowly walking towards Chen Xian and Bai Zai, who were surrounded by the infinite sword array. Chen Xian and Bai Zai were defeated even after joining forces. This Zhuowen is really terrifying. No wonder Master Lan Miao, who has never accepted a disciple, accepted this boy for the first time. It turns out that this boy's mental strength is so terrifying. The surrounding people whispered to each other. Their eyes were filled with fear and respect as they looked at Zhuowen. No matter where they were, a perfect grade 5 arcanist was an extremely powerful existence. Moreover, Zhuowen was only 20 years old. He was much younger than any of Master Tusida's disciples. It could be seen that this boy's future was limitless. Chen Xian and Ban Bai's faces were slightly ugly, especially Ban Bai. He had come out of the crowd in high spirits. He had originally wanted to show off his strength and make Zhuowen submit, but he had never imagined that he would be defeated by Zhuowen in front of so many people. This was a great loss of face for him. Brother Chen Xian, it's time to hand over the Milky Way 9 heavens, right? Zhuowen said indifferently with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Chen Xian's face was ugly. He clenched his fists tightly and a trace of hesitation appeared in his eyes. You still don't want to hand it over? Zhuowen's voice abruptly turned cold as the sword aura surrounding Chen Xian and Bai Ji suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Shortly after, it started to shrink, as if it was prepared to kill the two of them at any moment. Chen Xian, hurry up and hand over the Milky Way 9 heavens. Do you want to get us killed? Bai Zai could not help but shout at Chen Xian. Chen Xian's eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth, shook his sleeve, and immediately threw out the primary array of the Milky Way 9 heavens to Zhuowen. Zhuowen waved his right hand and unceremoniously put the Milky Way 9 heavens into the spirit ring. Immediately, his eyes moved away from Chen Xian and fell on Bai Zai. Perhaps noticing Zhuowen's gaze, Bai Zai said with a gloomy face, Chen Xian has already handed over the Milky Way 9 heavens. Now you should let us go, right? If Brother Chen Xian had cooperated and handed over the Milky Way 9 heavens at the beginning, it would have been easy. Unfortunately, you were not very cooperative before. Do you think it is possible to let you go so easily? Zhuowen said lightly. What do you mean? Bai Zai had a bad feeling in his heart. Zhuowen shook his head and said, Nothing. Give me the black and white 8 trigrams array, then I will let you go. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people showed a mocking expression. This Zhuowen was really unreasonable. Not only did he take away Chen Xian's Milky Way 9 heavens, but now he was going to take away Bai Zai's black and white 8 trigrams array. You still want my black and white 8 trigrams array? Bai Zai's face gradually darkened as he said in a low voice. You don't want to hand it over? Then you know the consequences. Zhuowen grinned, and his smile was full of coldness. The sword light around the great infinity sword array began to close in on Bai Zai's forehead. It was as if with just a thought, the sword light could pierce through Bai Zai's forehead. Feeling the terrifying sharpness of the sword light, Bai Zai's pupils shrank, and a trace of fear rose in his heart. This Zhuowen was too unscrupulous. He was actually threatening him with his life. When the sword light came closer and was about to pierce through Bai Zai's forehead, he finally gave in. You can have the black and white 8 trigrams array too. Chapter 1083. The Fifth Layer. Since Brother Bai is so polite, I'll accept it. Zhuowen smiled and put the black and white 8 trigrams formation into his spirit ring. Looking at Zhuowen's expression of pretending to be obedient even though he had taken advantage of him, his white eyelids twitched violently and his heart was bleeding. However, he could only grit his teeth and swallow all this. With a gloomy face, he said, Can you let us go now? Of course. Zhuowen nodded and waved his sleeve. Immediately, the greater infinite sword formation that revolved around Chen Xian and Bai moved away and landed beside Zhuowen. Bai Zai and Chen Xian glared fiercely at Zhuowen, then left the third floor with their tails between their legs. Chen Gang followed behind Chen Xian, intending to leave as well, but was stopped by Zhuowen. Brother Chen Gang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's sit down and talk. Chen Gang trembled when he heard this. Chen Xian's footsteps also slowed, but he didn't stop and hurriedly left the third layer. Not only had Chen Xian lost his grade 5 origin formation, Milky Way 9 heavens, but he had also lost all his face. He didn't want to stay here. Moreover, Chen Gang was the one who instigated this, so how could he care about Chen Gang's matters? Looking at Chen Xian who was rapidly leaving, Chen Gang's lips wriggled, but he was unable to utter a single word. His face became deathly pale and his legs trembled. What kind of existence was Zhuowen? He was a perfect grade 5 arcana master. He was much more powerful than Chen Xian and Bai Zai. He was a grade 4 arcana master. In front of such an existence, he was just an ant. How could he not be afraid? What orders does Master Zhuo have? Chen Gang could only force a smile. Hand over your spirit ring. All of this happened because of you, so I won't make things difficult for you. Just hand over your spirit ring. Zhuowen spread his hands and said indifferently. Chen Gang's face darkened. Zhuowen was really ruthless. After snatching Chen Xian and Bai, he wouldn't even let him go. Not only Chen Gang, but the others also had strange expressions on their faces. Zhuowen didn't act like an expert at all. Chen Gang's eyes flickered. In the end, he compromised. He took off the spirit ring and threw it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen caught the spirit ring and handed it to Huang Can, who was beside him, as he said, Brother Huang, take this spirit ring. The spirit ring is also yours. Huang Can Zhuowen Huang's spirit ring. And Huang Can, Huang's name, Huang. Is Huang Zhuowen Huang. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Chen Gang's items aren't very useful to me, but they're extremely useful to you. I hope you can become a 4th-rank Arcana Master as soon as possible. When the time comes, you'll be accepted as an official disciple by teacher. Do your best. Huang Can's eyes revealed a look of gratitude as he nodded heavily and said, Brother Zhuo, I will. On the other hand, Chen Gang's expression was extremely gloomy. If Zhuowen had taken his spirit ring for his own use, Chen Gang would not have felt anything. However, This guy had actually disregarded his spirit ring and tossed it to Huang Can. This was simply a ruthless slap to his face. However, he didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. Not only was Zhuowen Grandmaster Lan Miao's disciple, but his mind power cultivation was also at the great perfection of the 5th grade. In a sense, such an existence already stood at the peak of the Arcane Tower's disciples. He absolutely couldn't afford to offend him. Lord Zhua, can I go now? Chen Gang smiled embarrassedly. Scram. However, I'll say this in advance. If you find trouble with Brother Huang in the future, don't blame me for being impolite, Zhuowen said indifferently. Yes, Lord Zhua, don't worry, I won't look for trouble with Brother Huang in the future. Chen Gang repeatedly bowed. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards Huang Can and said with a smile, Brother Huang, in the future, I won't touch a single hair on Luo Xiang. She belongs to you. I won't touch her. As for the previous matter, I hope Brother Huang can forgive me. Huang Can's eyes were gloomy. He said indifferently, I have nothing to do with Luo Xiang. You don't have to mention her. Oh. Since Brother Huang has nothing to do with Luo Xiang, then I also have nothing to do with her. I won't look for her in the future. Brother Huang can rest assured about this. Chen Gang knew how to behave himself. He quickly distanced himself from Luo Xiang. Now that Zhuowen and Huang Can had established a relationship, he really didn't dare to offend the other party. Admitting defeat now would definitely be beneficial for him to continue staying in the Arcane Tower in the future. Chen Gang, what do you mean by this? Didn't you promise me your undying love and everlasting love? Now you want to distance yourself from me? As soon as Chen Gang's words fell, a slightly angry shout rang out from the crowd. Luo Xiang, who was dressed in a yellow robe, slowly walked out. Her beautiful eyes were somewhat embarrassed as she stared at Chen Gang, who was nodding and bowing in front of Zhuowen and Huang Can. Back then, Chen Gang had promised her many benefits. That was why she gave herself to Chen Gang. Now, Chen Gang actually wanted to distance himself from her in front of Huang Can. What did Chen Gang think of her? Chen Gang glanced indifferently at Luo Xiang. Soon after, he said goodbye to Zhuowen and Huang Can and directly left the 3rd floor. He didn't even look at Luo Xiang. Looking at Chen Gang's resolute back, Luo Xiang's pretty face was pale. Her beautiful eyes were slightly dazed and confused. Many people in the surroundings looked at this scene with ridicule. Back then, Huang Can and Luo Xiang were a loving couple. Moreover, Huang Can was extremely fond of Luo Xiang. It was considered a good story on the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, good times didn't last long. Luo Xiang couldn't resist Chen Gang's temptation and resolutely abandoned Huang Can and threw herself into Chen Gang's arms. She did so for the vanity in her heart and the benefits of being able to enter the 4th floor to speed up her cultivation. Now, Huang Can had a reversal of fortune. Not only did he become the disciple of Grandmaster Lan Miao, but the perfect grade 5 monster, Zhuowen, also had an extremely good relationship with Huang Can. Even Chen Gang had to give in front of him. It was likely that no one in the entire Arcane Tower would dare to provoke Huang Can. Now, Luo Xiang was mercilessly abandoned by Chen Gang. Endless regret began to surface in her heart. If she didn't make the wrong decision back then, she and Huang Can might really be a celestial couple now, enjoying the envy of others. It's still not too late. Huang Can will definitely still accept me. Gently wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, Luo Xiang walked straight towards Huang Can, who was standing beside Zhuowen. There was a trace of pitiful look in her beautiful eyes. Oh! Zhuowen also noticed Luo Xiang walking over. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He glanced indifferently at Huang Can, who was trembling beside him, and said in a low voice, I think Brother Huang should be clearer than me about whether some people are hypocritical or fake, right? After speaking, Zhuowen slowly walked towards the stairs leading to the 4th floor. Now, he still had to look for Grandmaster Lan Miao. At the same time, there was a trace of hope in his eyes. Grandmaster Lan Miao had said that there was a way to rapidly increase his mental energy. Therefore, he was looking forward to this trip. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Huang Can's eyes brightened. His originally somewhat chaotic heart gradually calmed down. Looking at Luo Xiang walking over in front of him, his heart was as calm as water. Huang Can, do you still remember that you said in the past that you will accompany me until we grow old? You said that you will accompany me to watch the sunrise and sunset every day, chase after flowers and butterflies, and accompany me until we grow old. You haven't forgotten these, right? Luo Xiang came in front of Huang Can and said in a gentle voice. Huang Can nodded and said seriously, I have indeed said these words before. Moreover, I also intend to carry them out. Luo Xiang's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Striking while the iron was hot, she said, previously, I was bewitched by Chern Gang and went astray. In fact, I was completely coerced by Chern Gang. Now it's all good. That Chern Gang will no longer dare to make things difficult for you. I can also return to your side. Let's be together for the rest of our lives and never be separated again, okay? Huang Can suddenly smiled. He extended his right hand and gently stroked Luo Xiang's beautiful hair. His gaze became a little blurred. Luo Xiang revealed a shy expression. Her hands were placed in front of her and twisted together, appearing like a little girl. Luo Xiang, I do want to be with you for the rest of my life. Unfortunately, the Luo Xiang from before is dead. The Luo Xiang in my heart has also disappeared. You are not the person I want to protect for the rest of my life. After he finished speaking, Huang Can revealed a slight smile on the corners of his mouth. He simply brushed past Luo Xiang. There was no longer any pity or regret in his eyes. There was only a calmness that was like water in an ancient well. Some people, some things, if missed, were destined to be irreparable. Huang Can still thank Luo Xiang for abandoning him back then. It made him understand that Luo Xiang was really worthy of his love and protection. Now he understood, so he no longer intended to accept Luo Xiang. He didn't even intend to spend time on love. He wanted to make himself stronger. Luo Xiang's betrayal back then and Zhuowen's advice made him thoroughly understand that this world was cruel. Under the law of the jungle, if he couldn't become stronger, he didn't even have the qualifications to love and be loved. Luo Xiang stood where she was in a daze. Huang Can's words from before constantly echoed in her ears. Her pretty face had already become incomparably pale. She slowly squatted down and silently wept. She knew that everything was already irreversible. What was lost would be lost in the end. After entering the 4th floor, Zhuowen didn't stop at all. He directly walked towards the 5th floor. According to Huang Can, the core of the arcane tower was actually the last 3 floors, which were the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors. When Zhuowen stepped onto the 5th floor, his body suddenly became sluggish. A strange gravity pressed down on his body, causing Zhuowen's waist to slightly bend and his knees to slowly bend. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his sleeves, mental energy gushed out from his Naiwen palace and formed an invisible force around his body, resisting the pressure that had mysteriously appeared on his body. At the same time, his body also slowly stood up. When Zhuowen's gaze landed on the 5th floor, his pupils suddenly shrank. Soon after, he was stunned on the spot. Chapter 1084. River diagram. Among the dozen or so figures, Zhuowen spotted 2 rather familiar figures. They were the 2 he had defeated on the 3rd floor, Bai Zai and Chen Xian. Bai Zai and Chen Xian also noticed Zhuowen walking up to the 5th floor. Their faces were somewhat gloomy, but they did not express anything. Instead, they remained in their original positions. Zhuowen's arrival also attracted the attention of the other people on the 5th floor, especially the green robe on Zhuowen's body, which caused many people to look at him strangely. However, Zhuowen did not hide his grade 5 mental energy aura. Although Zhuowen was only wearing a green robe, the other people on the 5th floor did not stop Zhuowen. The space on the 5th floor was very strange. It contained a trace of faintly discernible, powerful pressure. This pressure was not directed at the physical body, but at the mind. Feeling the pressure on his body, Zhuowen estimated that only a grade 5 Arcana master could withstand it. Moreover, he could move freely on the 5th floor. If a grade 4 Arcana master entered this space, it would definitely be difficult for him to move even a single step. It was even possible that his life would be in danger because of this terrifying pressure. Awo! A terrifying howl rang out from above the 5th floor, attracting Zhuowen's attention. Soon after, Zhuowen raised his head slightly and saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Above this space was an empty space. It was like the night sky, illusory and suffused with a deep blue color. In this empty space, the illusory figure of a huge exotic beast constantly paced back and forth. This exotic beast had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. Under its 4 hooves, a yellow river surged. Every time it stepped out, a long yellow river would be left behind in the empty space. It was a rather spectacular sight. Even more bizarre was that there was a strange pattern drawn on the back of this exotic beast. This pattern was a strange pattern formed by black and white dots following a strange trajectory. "This is a dragon horse?" Zhuowen could not help but mutter to himself as he looked at the exotic beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse that constantly paced back and forth in the sky. River diagram, Luo book, sage. Could it be that the pattern on the back of the dragon horse is the river diagram? The shock in Zhuowen's eyes became more and more intense. The legend of He Tu and Luo Shu was extremely famous on Earth before his time travel. Legend had it that during the Fuxi era, a dragon horse appeared from the Yellow River, carrying the river diagram on its back. A divine turtle appeared from the Luo River, carrying the Book of Luo on its back. The appearance of the river diagram and the Book of Luo represented the sign of the arrival of a saint. Now, Zhuowen saw the draconic horse carrying the river diagram on its back on the 5th floor of the arcane tower in the outer courtyard. Although the draconic horse was only a shadow, it still surprised Zhuowen. In his previous life, Zhuowen was particularly obsessed with China's ancient myths and legends. Among them, he was particularly fond of He Tu and Luo Shu. He had once specially studied He Tu and Luo Shu and had some understanding of the He Tu and Luo Shu's patterns. Looking at the river diagram on the back of the draconic horse, Zhuowen keenly discovered that the river diagram was actually incomplete. Although he did not know the reason, for Zhuowen, who had studied He Tu and Luo Shu in his previous life, the river diagram did not look like the one on the back of the draconic horse. Moreover, most of the pressure in this space came from the draconic horse lying across the void. The draconic horse was in the category of mythical beasts. Although it was only a shadow, the pressure it emitted was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Just as Zhuowen was deep in thought, one of the figures sitting cross-legged on the 5th floor slowly stood up. This person had a white face and sharp eyes. He should be around 25 years old. The mind power fluctuation emitted from the surface of his body was around the complete grade 5. This person was the only arcanist whose mind power had reached the complete grade 5 on the 5th floor. He was also the strongest person. Many people around looked at this person with a hint of awe. Is Lang Yao going to challenge the draconic horse again? The draconic horse is too strong. We are sitting at the lowest level, and we can barely withstand the pressure of the draconic horse. Moreover, the closer we are to the draconic horse, the more terrifying the pressure is. It is difficult for a grade 5 arcanist to break through the draconic horse. Although Lang Yao's mind power is the only one who has reached the complete grade 5 among us, the hope of him breaking through the draconic horse is still very slim. After all, those geniuses in the past usually only managed to break through the draconic horse when their mind power reached grade 6. Suddenly, there were sounds of discussion around. Those arcanists who were sitting cross-legged on the ground opened their eyes and stared at Lang Yao, who stood up and walked out slowly. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. From the surrounding discussions, it seemed that one could enter the 6th floor after breaking through the draconic horse. Lang Yao came to the center of the 5th floor. He raised his head slightly and stared at the draconic horse above him. There was a deep solemnity in his eyes. Deng deng deng. A series of steady footsteps slowly resounded over this place. Lang Yao, who was about to take a step forward, suddenly paused. His eyes stared intently at the sky. The rest of the people in the space also raised their head. Their eyes were fixed on the top of the dragon horse. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared on the back of the dragon horse. These 4 figures stepped on the void and slowly walked down. The crisp sound of their footsteps spread throughout the entire space. That is, teacher? Zhuowen's eyes were also fixed on the sky. His attention was attracted by a blue figure. The blue figure was none other than Master Lan Miao, who had taken him in back then. At this moment, Master Lan Miao was chatting happily with 3 other old men who were about the same age as him. The atmosphere was harmonious. Needless to say, the remaining 3 should be the other 3 lineal disciples of Master Mu Feng. They were Master Tusida, Master Tian Yi and Master Wu Kong. The 4 masters had extremely high positions in the Arcane Tower. Everyone in the Arcane Tower knew the names of the 4 masters. Greetings to the 4 masters. When Grandmaster Lan Miao and the other 3 finally descended, everyone on the 5th floor stood up and bowed to the 4 with great respect. At the same time, they also very orderly divided into 3 groups and arrived behind the other 3 grandmasters other than Grandmaster Lan Miao. Obviously, the arcanists on the 5th floor were also the disciples of these masters. Of course, Master Lan Miao was an exception. He did not accept any disciples previously because Master Lan Miao's standards were too high. Teacher. Lang Yao slowly walked in front of Master Tusida. He cupped his hands and said respectfully. Master Tusida placed his right hand on Lang Yao's shoulder. After pondering for a moment, he nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Lang Yao, not bad. You have made a breakthrough during this period of time. I'm afraid that you have a high chance of passing the draconic horse this time? Lang Yao nodded his head and said seriously, Teacher, I have a 50% chance of passing. 50% chance? Good. You are really good. Master Tusida was stunned at first. Soon after, he laughed out loud and there was some pride in his eyes. The other 3 masters were surprised when they heard this. A 50% chance was an extremely high probability. If Lang Yao did not make any mistakes, he might really be able to pass the draconic horse stage. Tusida, you have really taken in a good disciple. If Lang Yao really passes the draconic horse stage this time, I'm afraid that there will be a 5th master on the 6th floor. Master Wu Kong said with some envy. Master Tian Yi's face was also filled with envy. He said, Back then you were more insightful. You actually took in Lang Yao as your disciple before he grew up. Now we are really regretting it. Master Lan Miao's eyes flickered. He did not say anything and appeared to be rather quiet. This is also a fluke. At that time, I accidentally passed by the 3rd floor and took a fancy to Lang Yao. Lang Yao did not disappoint me. Master Tusida laughed heartily. There was a rich pride on his face. Lan Miao, I heard that you have also taken in a disciple. I wonder if you have brought your disciple here today. After calming down, Master Tusida suddenly looked at Lan Miao, who was silent, and asked. Master Tian Yi and Master Wu Kong also looked at Master Lan Miao. They both knew that Master Lan Miao had extremely high standards and would not easily take in a disciple. Now that he had taken in a disciple, this disciple must be extraordinary. I took him in 3 days ago. He is here now. Master Lan Miao smiled. He extended his right hand and waved at Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. He took a step forward and came in front of Master Lan Miao. He nodded and said respectfully, Master? Master Tusida casually glanced at Zhuowen. Although Master Lan Miao was famous for his high standards, he did not think that Lan Miao could take in a disciple who was more monstrous than Lang Yao. Therefore, he was not very concerned. However, when his gaze finally landed on Zhuo, the casual look in his eyes slowly disappeared. Soon after, it was replaced by a grave and deep expression. Grade 5. Complete realm? Master Tusida exclaimed. His face was slightly stiff. The expressions on Master Tian Yi and Master Wu Kong's faces were not any better. Their eyes were stiff. When they heard that Lan Miao had taken in a disciple, they had already guessed that Master Lan Miao's disciple should be around grade 5 lower realm. The highest should be around grade 5 upper realm. However, they never thought that Master Lan Miao's disciple would be a grade 5 complete realm. It should be known that disciples with such cultivation were not common in the arcane tower. There was only Lang Yao. Moreover, Lang Yao was also cultivated by Master Tusida with many resources. When did the arcane tower have a grade 5 complete realm disciple that the three of them did not know about? Haha. The three of you don't have to be surprised. Zhuowen is a new student this year. It's normal that you don't know about him. A smile finally appeared on Master Lan Miao's face. He's a new student this year? Master Tusida and the other two were stunned at first. Immediately, their eyes were filled with annoyance. Why didn't they meet Zhuowen earlier? If they had met him, they could have recruited such a genius in advance. Chapter 1085. Breaking the Dragon Horse Teacher. What are the benefits of breaking through the Dragon Horse and reaching the 6th floor? Zhuowen suddenly asked with cupped hands. He had a feeling that the Dragon Horse pattern appearing in the sky above the 5th floor was not simple. It was definitely not just for others to admire. Perhaps there were some other benefits contained within. The corners of Grandmaster Lan Miao's mouth curled up slightly as he smiled. Of course there are benefits, but these benefits can only be enjoyed by 5th-tier arcanists. What do you mean? Zhuowen was a little confused. Grandmaster Lan Miao's words were a little confusing. If a 5th-tier arcanist can break through the Dragon Horse and reach the 6th floor, then his mental strength will skyrocket and immediately reach the 6th-tier initial success. Before Grandmaster Lan Miao could explain, Lang Yao, who was standing in front of Grandmaster Tusida, suddenly spoke. Lang Yao glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, then focused his gaze on the Dragon Horse treading on the Yellow River. His eyes were filled with a fierce radiance. He wanted to climb on the Dragon Horse and reach the 6th floor, then use the power of the Dragon Horse to break through to the 6th-tier Arcana Master in one fell swoop. Zhuowen's gaze shifted from Lang Yao to Grandmaster Lan Miao and found that the latter also nodded lightly. He knew that Lang Yao's words were probably true. However, the pressure of the Dragon Horse is extremely strong. Even a 6th-tier initial success arcanist can barely endure it and reach the 6th floor. For those below the 6th tier, the difficulty is like climbing the heavens. For those below the 6th tier to successfully break through the Dragon Horse, the benefits obtained are enormous. For those above the 6th tier, they can only gain a trace of enlightenment. It is far from comparable to the benefits of a 5th-tier arcanist, Grandmaster Lan Miao added. Nodding, Zhuowen also understood the benefits of breaking through the Dragon Horse. In order to obtain the best benefits, one must break through as a 5th-tier arcanist. Once they passed, they would directly reach the 6th-tier initial success arcanist. If he were to attempt the Dragon Horse as a 6th-rank Arcana Master, the benefits would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. After all, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If he were to attempt the Dragon Horse as a 5th-rank Arcana Master, the risk he would have to bear was much greater than that of a 6th-rank Arcana Master. No wonder Grandmaster Lan Miao told him that he could reach the 6th grade in a short time. It turned out that it was mainly because of the Dragon Horse's power. However, Zhuowen was puzzled. Did Grandmaster Lan Miao really believe that he could smoothly pass the Dragon Horse's test and become a 6th-grade Arcana Master? Lan Miao. Both our disciples are grade 5 great perfection. Why don't we have a competition to see whose disciple can ascend to the 6th floor? Grandmaster Tushita suddenly said as he looked at Grandmaster Lan Miao somewhat provocatively. Tushita, aren't you making things difficult for Lan Miao? Although his disciple is also a grade 5 great perfection, he has never cultivated in the arcane tower and has never been taught by Lan Miao. I'm afraid his strength is still weaker than Lang Yao's, Master Tian Yi suddenly said. Yeah. Tushita, your way of doing things is a little unfair. Lang Yao is a disciple that you have carefully cultivated. The two are not comparable. Master Wukong also shook his head. Obviously, in the eyes of the two masters, Zhuowen was just a freshman. Although his mental strength was similar to Lang Yao's, he had not been carefully cultivated by Lan Miao. His strength was bound to be much weaker. Tushita shook his head and said, "Don't worry. The competition I'm talking about doesn't need any prizes. It's just a simple competition. After all, Zhuowen's mental strength has reached the grade 5 great perfection. He will definitely try the dragon horse. If he fails the first time, it will also lay a foundation for the future and increase the success rate." Hearing Grandmaster Tushita say so, Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong did not say anything. Since it was just a simple competition, there was indeed nothing to say. It was up to Lan Miao to agree. Grandmaster Lan Miao was extremely calm from the beginning to the end. He turned his head slightly and smiled at Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, what do you think? Do you want to give it a try?" The eyes of the other three masters also gathered on Zhuowen. Even Lang Yao, whose eyes fell on the dragon horse, looked at Zhuowen for the first time at this moment. A trace of provocation spread across his face. On the 5th floor, his cultivation was at the grade 5 great perfection. Now that there was finally another arcanist with the same cultivation as him, he naturally felt a sense of competition in his heart. Zhuowen's eyes were calm and he said lightly, "Try. Why not? You have courage. Lan Miao, let's not talk about other things first. Your disciple's courage is extraordinary. Even if he fails the dragon horse this time, he still has a great chance to succeed in the future." Grandmaster Tushita could not help but praise. Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong also nodded. They were also quite approving of Zhuowen's plan to try the dragon horse. After all, this was the first time he came to the 5th floor. He had not adapted to everything yet, but he dared to directly try the dragon horse. It really required a certain amount of courage. Grandmaster Lan Miao also showed a rare smile and said to Zhuowen, "Zhuowen, I haven't given you your apprenticeship gift yet. I originally planned to give you a grade 5 origin array, but if you can pass the dragon horse this time, I will give you a grade 6 origin array. How about it?" As soon as he said this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Master. I will do my best this time." Grandmaster Tushita and the other two masters looked at each other and showed a surprised expression. Grandmaster Lan Miao's courage was not small. He actually planned to use a grade 6 origin array as an apprenticeship gift. This thing was also quite precious to the three of them who were at the grade 6 great perfection. However, the three of them were only surprised for a moment and did not take it seriously because they did not believe that Zhuowen could really pass the dragon horse. After all, even Lang Yao only had a 50% chance, let alone Zhuowen. "Lang Yao, you go first. After all, this is Zhuowen's first time coming to the 5th level, and he is not familiar with the dragon horse. You go first and you can give him a demonstration," Grandmaster Tushita said with a laugh. Lang Yao nodded and did not say anything else. He suddenly stepped out in the void, and a surge of mental strength gushed out from his Naiwan palace, forming a mental step under his feet. The ground is 99 feet away from the dragon horse. You can only reach the dragon horse by stepping on 99 mental steps in the void. The most important step is the 100th step. If you can step on the dragon horse's back on the 100th step, you will be able to enter the 6th level. At that time, you will be baptized by the power of the dragon horse. Step by step, Lang Yao's clear voice resounded in the void. Zhuowen knew that Lang Yao's words were meant for him. Everyone on the 5th level lifted their heads to look at Lang Yao's figure. Their eyes were filled with respect. The mental energy that Lang Yao had displayed today was much stronger than before. Perhaps, Lang Yao might really be able to step on the dragon horse's back and successfully ascend to the 6th level. Stomp! Stomp! Finally, when Lang Yao took his 50th step, his speed started to slow down. It was obvious that the dragon horse's aura at the 50th step had become terrifying. However, Lang Yao only paused for a moment before he stepped out resolutely and continued to climb upwards. Looking at the scene, Grandmaster Tushita smiled. Lang Yao had indeed improved a lot compared to the previous time. He still remembered that Lang Yao paused for 5 breaths of time at the 50th step. However, he only paused for a moment this time. Stomp! 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 Lang Yao has improved a lot. This time, he only paused for 5 breaths of time at the 80th step. Looks like it's really possible for him to reach the 6th level. Grandmaster Tian Yi and Grandmaster Wu Kong looked at each other and couldn't help but murmur. On the other hand, the remaining arcanists on the 5th level were in an uproar. It was obvious that Lang Yao's ability to cross the threshold of the 80th step in such a short period of time was out of everyone's expectations. He's moving towards the 90th step. Grandmaster Tushita's smile grew wider. When Lang Yao finally stepped onto the 90th step, the smile on Grandmaster Tushita's face was as wide as a blooming chrysanthemum. Zhuowen, the last 10 steps are the 10 steps with the strongest pressure, and the last step is the most difficult and crucial step. When the time comes, just be careful. Grandmaster Lan Miao's eyes flashed as he spoke to Zhuowen beside him. Teacher, I got it, Zhuowen nodded and said seriously. After taking the 90th step, Lang Yao's speed had completely decreased. Compared to before, he was as slow as an old bull pulling a cart. Lang Yao's face turned from red to pale. His forehead was covered in sweat and his chest was heaving up and down rapidly. Stomp! 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 Lang Yao was panting and he knelt down on the 96th step. His loose green robe was already stuck to his back due to the large amount of sweat he had. Seems like Lang Yao has reached his limit. However, reaching the 96th step is already a great result. After all, he only reached the 80th step the last time, Grandmaster Tian Yi said as he shook his head. Grandmaster Tusita frowned and sighed softly. He knew that it wasn't easy to break through the dragon horse's oppression. Although he was disappointed that Lang Yao couldn't break through, it was already an excellent result for Lang Yao to reach the 96th step. Stomp! Stomp! Chapter 1086. 90 steps. Of course, this depressing atmosphere only lasted for a moment before it was covered by an uproar. Everyone was shocked as they looked at Lang Yao, who had already reached the 99th step. He has reached the 99th step. He is only 1 step away from the spine of the dragon horse. Lang Yao is really good. Grandmaster Tusita's eyes flickered as he involuntarily laughed out loud. Grandmaster Tian Yi, Grandmaster Wu Kong and Grandmaster Lan Miao also revealed a change in expression. Clearly, they did not expect Lang Yao, who was originally at the end of his rope, to suddenly erupt and take 3 consecutive steps. Zhuowen's eyes also revealed an interested expression. This Lang Yao was indeed very strong. He was actually able to reach the front of the dragon horse. However, Grandmaster Lan Miao had said that the last step was the most crucial and also the most difficult step. He wondered how Lang Yao would take it. Oh! In the sky, the huge illusory dragon horse also noticed Lang Yao, who was close to it. It roared furiously and its front hooves suddenly stepped forward. Immediately, a huge yellow river surged out and rushed towards Lang Yao. This yellow river was formed by mental energy. It contained destructive mental energy, and its power was extremely terrifying. Lang Yao's expression changed slightly as he cried out loudly. He raised both of his hands and the mental energy in his Naiwan palace was released without any restraint in order to block the yellow river that was rushing towards him. Boom, boom, boom. The yellow river was like a galloping wild horse. It arrived in an instant and wrapped around Lang Yao's entire body. Immediately, a muffled groan was emitted. Immediately, a somewhat miserable figure flew out from the yellow river and fell downwards. He failed. Sighs sounded from the surroundings as they watched the figure fall. They knew that Lang Yao had ultimately failed to pass the last step and reach the spine of the dragon horse. Grandmaster Tusida's eyes revealed a disappointed expression. With a shake of his sleeve, a frightening mental energy rushed out. Like a gentle breeze, it gently wrapped around Lang Yao's falling body and brought him to his side. At this moment, Lang Yao's face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked quite ferocious. Once Grandmaster Tusida put him down, Lang Yao knelt on the ground and began to pant intensely. "Teacher, I'm sorry to disappoint you." Standing up slowly, Lang Yao looked a little ashamed and his voice became a little hoarse. Grandmaster Tusida waved his hand and said, "Don't blame yourself. Lang Yao, your improvement is obvious to all. Last time, you reached the 80th step, but this time, you were able to reach the 99th step. I think that if you were to settle down for a period of time, entering the 6th level is just around the corner." Tushita is right. It's already commendable that a level 5 great perfection can reach the 99th step. You should know that the four of us relied on level 6 small success to barely reach the 6th level. When we were at level 5 great perfection, none of us exceeded the 90th step. You reaching the 99th step is already very good. Great Master Tian Yi and Great Master Wu Kong also smiled and agreed. Great Master Lan Miao also nodded, clearly agreeing with Great Master Tian Yi and Great Master Wu Kong. Lang Yao nodded. The self-blame in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by determination. Next time, he would definitely ascend to the 6th level. Since Lang Yao has finished, it's Zhuowen's turn next. Grandmaster Tusida could not help but look at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, are you ready?" Great Master Lan Miao suddenly smiled. "I'm ready." Zhuowen nodded and stepped out, walking towards the center of the 5th level. The center position corresponded to the spine of the dragon horse shadow. This boy is Great Master Lan Miao's new disciple. Is he also planning to challenge the dragon horse? It seems so. From Great Master Lan Miao's words just now, this boy seems to be this year's freshman and his mind power has reached level 5 great perfection. He's just a freshman and his mind power has reached level 5 great perfection. This boy is not simple, but after all, he's a freshman and there's still a big gap between him and Lang Yao. Even Lang Yao couldn't pass the dragon horse. This boy can forget about passing it. Looking at Zhuowen's action, more than 10 arcanists on the 5th level began to discuss and whisper. Most of them had a strange look in their eyes. Great Master Lan Miao, the disciple you've accepted this time is a good seedling. He's a few years younger than Lang Yao, but his mind power has reached level 5 great perfection. This is his first time challenging the dragon horse. It's not bad to be able to pass 50 step. It's not bad to accumulate experience for the next challenge. Great Master Tusida smiled faintly. Tusida is right. It's not bad to be able to pass 50 steps for the first time. If Zhuowen can really reach such a height, you can guide and train him well. Maybe he can really enter the 6th level. Great Master Tian Yi and Great Master Wu Kong also echoed. Great Master Lan Miao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile and said, "Maybe." Under everyone's gaze, Zhuowen stood in the center position. He raised his head slightly and stared at the dragon horse shadow in the sky. His eyes were calm and there were no other emotions. Boom! A thunder-like sound was heard. Zhuowen stepped out of the void. The powerful mind power of his mud pill palace gushed out and formed a mind step under his feet. Then, Zhuowen stepped on it. This pressure is really strong. It's just the first step and it's already so oppressive. Zhuowen frowned slightly. When he took the first step, he felt his body sink. It was as if the gravity acting on his body had increased by several times. After getting used to the pressure, Zhuowen took another step. He walked very steadily. Although his speed was not as fast as Lang Yao's, it was very stable. Every step was very solid and heavy. Dang dang dang. Step by step, Zhuowen finally took 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, 40 steps. When he reached the 50th step, Zhuowen stopped. The pressure at the 50th step was much stronger than before. It was as if there was a qualitative change. No wonder Lang Yao would stop here for a while. It turns out that the pressure here has undergone a qualitative change. Zhuowen stopped and muttered softly. He has reached the 50th step. This should be Zhuowen's limit. Master Tusita said confidently. He also knew that after the 50th step, the pressure would undergo a qualitative change. In addition to the fact that Zhuowen had stopped here, he was certain that Zhuowen had reached his limit. That might not be the case. Master Lan Miao suddenly laughed. Oh? Lan Miao, you seem to be very confident. The pressure after the 50th step is usually quite oppressive for a newbie who is challenging the Dragon Horse Challenge for the first time. Master Tusita said in surprise. Let's continue watching. Master Lan Miao said and did not say anything else. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen who was in the sky. Lang Yao's gaze also fell on Zhuowen. However, he did not linger on the ladder for too long. This was because he knew that Zhuowen would definitely not be able to reach the height record that he had just set. After looking away, Lang Yao sat cross-legged on the ground and began to silently repair the damage caused by the Yellow River. Stomp! Zhuowen took a step forward. When he reached the 51st step, the surrounding pressure came crashing down like a hurricane. It was as if it wanted to kill Zhuowen completely. Break! Zhuowen snorted coldly. He did not stop there. He stomped heavily on the 51st step and continued to climb up the step. His speed was still stable and uniform. He passed it? Master Tusita frowned slightly and muttered in surprise. However, he did not take it to heart. It was only the 50th step and there was still a huge gap between him and Lang Yao. Stomp! 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 Zhuowen continued to climb up step by step. The 60th step, 70th step, 80th step. When he reached the 90th step, Zhuowen's figure stopped again. Along with Zhuowen's footsteps, the breathing of the crowd below also stopped. Everyone held their breaths and stared blankly at the figure standing on the 90th step. Some of them even began to criticize in their hearts. It was really his first time challenging the Dragon Horse Challenge. How could he reach the 90th step? It was really unbelievable. Master Tusita's face stiffened and a strange look appeared in his eyes. He did not expect Zhuowen to surpass the 50th step and reach the 90th step in his first attempt at the Dragon Horse Challenge. His result was many times more dazzling than Lang Yao's. He clearly remembered that when Lang Yao challenged the Dragon Horse Challenge for the first time, he stopped at the 50th step. The second time, it was the 80th step, and the third time, it was the 99th step. Lang Yao, who was originally seated cross-legged on the ground, also vaguely sensed the strange atmosphere around him. He slowly opened his eyes, lifted his gaze and looked at Zhuowen's figure above. His entire body was startled when he saw Zhuowen standing on the 90th step. He suddenly stood up and stared intently at Zhuowen. Reaching the 90th step for the first time? Lang Yao muttered in disbelief. Zhuowen's result was much better than his first attempt. At that moment, Zhuowen was quietly standing on the 90th step. He was like a boulder, not moving at all. The crowd below were also staring at the sky. They all wanted to see if Zhuowen would be able to take another step. Seems like he has reached his limit. Looking at Zhuowen, who did not move for a long time, Lang Yao let out a sigh of relief and sat down again. However, he did not close his eyes to meditate. He was still worried about Zhuowen and his attention was still on Zhuowen. This should be the end, Master Tusida said with a smile. Boom! A thunder-like sound resounded. Then, the originally motionless figure moved again. Zhuowen took a step forward and landed on the 91st step. Then, he continued to take steps until he reached the 99th step. He faced the dragon horse in the sky. Chapter 1087. The spine of the dragon horse. Zhuowen, a new student of this year, had reached the 99th step in his first attempt at the Dragon Horse Challenge. He had reached the height that Lang Yao had reached 3 times. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Zhuowen would be able to reach such a height. This was an outcome that no one had expected. 99th step? Master Tusida came back to his senses. His right hand was trembling slightly, showing that he was not calm. Lang Yao also stood up and stared at Zhuowen's back. The shock in his heart could only be described as turbulent waves. Even his heart had begun to tremble. He had reached the height after 3 attempts, but Zhuowen had reached it in 1 attempt. The gap was not small. Zhuowen stood silently on the 99th step with his brows knit together slightly, and his countenance was slightly ghastly pale. Earlier, he'd taken 9 steps in one go, and even he felt suffocated in his chest and had a splitting headache, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. This kid is really amazing to be able to reach the 99th step. Lan Miao, you have accepted a good disciple. Although he failed this time, he might be able to reach the 6th level on his 2nd attempt. Master Tusida sighed softly and looked at Master Lan Miao. Master Tusida was also envious of Master Lan Miao's luck to be able to accept such a talented disciple like Zhuowen. He sighed in his heart. Why didn't he have such good luck? Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong had similar reactions. Their eyes were filled with envy. It was already good enough for Master Tusida to accept a genius like Lang Yao. Now, Master Lan Miao had accepted a genius who was even more talented than Lang Yao. Master Lan Miao smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps Zhuowen can create a miracle." As soon as these words were spoken, the pupils of the 3 masters constricted slightly. Among them, Master Tusida frowned slightly and said, "Lan Miao, are you saying that this kid can climb the dragon horse's back on his first attempt?" "Why, do you think it's impossible?" Master Lan Miao asked. Master Tusida and the other 2 smiled embarrassedly. There was a trace of disbelief in their eyes. Being able to reach the 99th step on his first attempt was enough to shock them. As for the dragon horse's back, it was basically impossible. Awo! The moment he reached the 99th step, the dragon horse shadow in the void roared angrily again. It stomped its front hooves and an extremely terrifying yellow river gushed out violently, sweeping towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen stood tall and looked at the surging yellow river. His gaze was extremely solemn. The power of the yellow river was extremely terrifying. Previously, Lang Yao had failed under the impact of the yellow river and fell into the void. "We have to stop this yellow river." Zhuowen took in a deep breath as an extremely rich glow erupted from his eyes. Soon after, he began to circulate the 10,000 expansion scripture within his body. The mental energy within his Naiwan palace actually gushed out in countless strands. Every strand was comparable to a perfect grade 5 arcana master. The 10,000 expansion scripture was a powerful secret spirit technique that could split one's mental energy into nearly 10,000 strands. Moreover, every strand was comparable to the mental energy of an arcana master of the same level. It was an extremely powerful secret spirit technique. Up till now, Zhuowen had already split the mental energy within his Naiwan palace into nearly 1,000 strands. His mental energy was much more powerful than an arcana master of the same level. In a sense, he was much more powerful than Lang Yao. Zhuowen is going to lose. Lang Yao shook his head and muttered softly. He was well aware of how terrifying the yellow river beneath the dragon horse's feet was. Back then, even though he had given it his all, he was still defeated by its power. Although he was slightly shocked that Zhuowen could also reach the 99th step, he did not think that Zhuowen was much stronger than him. At most, Zhuowen was on par with him. Even he could not withstand the power of the Yellow River, let alone Zhuowen. The others also shook their heads. Everyone had experienced the terror of the Yellow River when Lang Yao was charging through the dragon horse. Now that Zhuowen was facing it again, they were afraid that he would not fare any better than Lang Yao. Just when everyone was not optimistic about Zhuowen, the Yellow River had already arrived in front of Zhuowen and submerged him in an instant. The moment the Yellow River submerged Zhuowen, everyone revealed an expression that they had expected it. Obviously, everyone thought that Zhuowen would not have a chance to turn the tables under the power of the Yellow River. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Zhuowen would fall from the Yellow River above him suddenly started to churn. Then, countless amounts of Yellow River water flew out and the terrifying Yellow River was annihilated into countless fine powder. Then, a tall and straight figure was revealed. At that moment, Zhuowen was enveloped by nearly 1,000 strands of mental energy. He suddenly stepped out into the void. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were indifferent. Then, under everyone's gaze, he took a step and stepped on the dragon horse's spine. Awoof! The dragon horse roared angrily and twisted its body in the void. It wanted to use the twisting force to get rid of Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen was like a sticky candy. He stuck to the dragon horse's back so tightly that it could not get rid of him. Hiss! Looking at this scene, everyone below sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhuowen had actually climbed onto the dragon horse's spine. Moreover, looking at his performance, it seemed like he did not find it particularly difficult. Haha! Tusida, I've said it before. Zhuowen might be able to create a miracle. Grandmaster Lan Miao suddenly laughed. Moreover, he laughed quite happily. Although he had high hopes for Zhuowen before, he was still a little uncertain in his heart. But now, the uncertainty in his heart had completely disappeared because Zhuowen had finally climbed onto the dragon horse's spine. Grandmaster Tusida and the other two opened their mouths, but did not know what to say. Only the lingering shock in their eyes remained. On the other hand, Lang Yao, who was standing beside Grandmaster Tusida, was stunned on the spot. His lips trembled slightly, showing the turbulent emotions in his heart. In the void, Zhuowen stood firmly on the dragon horse. He realized that the dragon horse's spine was only a step away from the 6th level. Currently, he only needed to take a step forward to reach the 6th level. However, he did not do so. Instead, he stood quietly on the dragon horse's spine and stared at the strange pattern that was formed by the black and white dots on the spine. It is indeed the river diagram. However, it is incomplete and not complete. Zhuowen muttered softly as a strange light flashed in his eyes. I wonder what will happen if I complete the river diagram? With this thought, Zhuowen could not help but stretch out his right hand. Surging mental strength gathered on his right hand as he gently began to fill in the missing parts of the river diagram on the dragon horse's spine. What's wrong with Zhuowen? Why hasn't he entered the 6th level? Grandmaster Lan Miao muttered to himself in confusion as he looked at the figure that was still on the dragon horse's spine. The rest of the people also had strange expressions on their faces. Clearly, they did not understand Zhuowen's actions. This kid is drawing on the dragon horse's spine? What is this kid trying to do? The pattern on the dragon horse's spine was personally drawn by Grandmaster Mu Feng. This kid dares to change it without permission. This is really disgraceful. Grandmaster Tusida was stunned at first, but soon after, his eyes revealed a trace of shock and anger. He stomped his foot and rushed toward Zhuowen. Great Master Tian Yi and Great Master Wu Kong were both shocked and furious. They followed behind Great Master Tusida and flew into the air. Only Great Master Lan Miao frowned. With a shake of his sleeve, he blocked Great Master Tusida and the other two. Lan Miao, what are you trying to do? This kid is doing a disgraceful thing. You want to protect him? Grandmaster Tusita glared at Grandmaster Lan Miao in front of him and said coldly. Grandmaster Lan Miao shook his head and said, "It's not that I want to protect him, but Zhuowen might be supplementing the pattern on the dragon horse. When Grandmaster Mu Feng built the arcane tower, he built the dragon horse's shadow between the 5th and 6th levels. At that time, he lamented that he was unable to draw the complete dragon horse pattern. In other words, the pattern on the dragon horse's spine was incomplete at that time. Zhuowen's actions should be to complete this incomplete pattern." Grandmaster Tusita was stunned at first, but soon after, he sneered and said, "The pattern on the dragon horse's spine is indeed incomplete. I know this, but Lan Miao, aren't you trusting this kid too much? A mere junior can complete the pattern that Grandmaster Mu Feng was unable to draw. Aren't you joking?" "That's right. Lan Miao, although this Zhuowen is your disciple, you can't protect him like this. The dragon horse diagram was drawn by Master Mu Feng. If this Zhuowen messes around and changes it, we won't be able to bear the consequences if Master Mu Feng blames us." Great Master Tian Yi and Great Master Wu Kong both agreed. Grandmaster Lan Miao's eyes darkened. The cultivation of Grandmaster Tusita and the other two was not much different from his. If the three of them attacked together, he could not stop them alone. In fact, he also felt a little depressed about Zhuowen's abrupt actions, but he believed that Zhuowen was not a reckless person, so he chose to believe in Zhuowen at the first moment and intercepted Grandmaster Tusita and the other two. "Tian Yi, Wu Kong, the two of you stop Lan Miao. I'll go stop Zhuowen. We can't let him destroy the dragon horse pattern at will," Grandmaster Tusita said to the two grandmasters behind him. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept towards Zhuowen like a gust of wind. Grandmaster Lan Miao wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by Grandmaster Tian Yi and Grandmaster Wu Kong. "Lan Miao, you'd better not meddle in this matter. After all, this Zhuowen is too bold. He actually dares to tamper with the dragon horse pattern. He's simply too audacious." At this moment, Lang Yao and the others on the open space also reacted. They all stared at Zhuowen, who was constantly drawing the river diagram on the dragon horse's spine with a strange look. Is this Zhuowen courting death? How dare he touch the dragon horse pattern? Lang Yao shook his head with a strange look in his eyes. Chapter 1088. Stripping the river diagram. Zhuowen, are you still not going to stop? How can you tamper with the diagram on the back of the dragon horse as you wish? Master Tusita roared at Zhuowen as he dashed over like a gust of wind. Zhuowen also noticed Master Tusita, who was dashing over. However, he ignored him. He was about to complete the river diagram on the back of the dragon horse. How could he have the time to bother with Master Tusita? Master Tushita's face darkened as he looked at Zhuowen, who was still focused on drawing the river diagram. He increased his speed and arrived in front of the dragon horse in 5 breaths' time. "Stop!" Master Tushita pressed his right palm down as he spoke. Terrifying mental energy came crashing down and turned into a giant palm that grabbed Zhuowen's waist in an attempt to take him away. Done. Just as the mental energy palm was about to reach Zhuowen's back, Zhuowen finally completed the drawing of the river diagram. The dragon horse, which was struggling non-stop, suddenly calmed down. Following that, a pressure that was much more terrifying than before gushed out. This pressure was much more terrifying than the one on the dragon horse. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. In an instant, more than 10 arcanists on the 5th level bent their knees and trembled under this terrifying pressure. What's going on? How did the dragon horse's aura become so terrifying? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Soon, they attributed this phenomenon to Zhuowen. After all, it was Zhuowen who had drawn the diagram on the back of the dragon horse that caused the pressure to suddenly become so terrifying. Boom! At the same time, Master Tushita's mental energy palm was crushed by the sudden increase in pressure when it reached the dragon horse. Terrifying yellow river water swept out from the void and blasted toward Master Tushita. Thud, thud, thud. Grandmaster Tushita's expression changed slightly. His feet hit the air, and he took dozens of steps back. He looked at Zhuowen with a grave expression. At this moment, Zhuowen was standing quietly on the dragon horse. The originally violent dragon horse also seemed to have calmed down, as if it had submitted to Zhuowen. Such a scene immediately made the hearts of the crowd twitch violently. The usually wild and unruly dragon horse had actually revealed such a tamed expression today. This was something that everyone found hard to believe. Master Tushita took a few steps back, but he didn't dare get too close to the dragon horse. The dragon horse's power was far greater than it had been before. Master Tushita couldn't even get close to it. He had no idea what Zhuowen had done to the dragon horse. When the river diagram was finally completed, a purple-robed figure silently sitting cross-legged on the 7th floor of the arcane tower slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of surprise in his purple eyes. The 7th floor was a space of its own. It was surrounded by a void where the sun, moon, and stars were constantly streaking across the void. It was a spectacular and beautiful scene. The purple-robed figure slowly stood up. His purple eyes were deep and distant. He was a middle-aged man with purple hair. There were 2 purple earrings on his ears, which made him look rather strange. The river diagram has been completed by someone? The calm voice was mixed with a hint of surprise and bewilderment. I have to go to the 5th floor to take a look. I'm really surprised that someone could complete the river diagram. As he spoke, the purple-robed figure took a step in the air and disappeared from this strange, empty space. What did you do? Master Tushita asked with an ugly expression on his face. He was dozens of meters in front of the dragon horse on the 5th floor. Zhuowen did not answer. His gaze was solemn as he quietly looked down at the complete river diagram under his feet. He muttered in a low voice, "Does this river diagram have anything to do with the Supreme Dragon Cauldron?" Just now, after Zhuowen completed the river diagram, a mysterious power erupted from the river diagram. Then, Zhuowen keenly discovered that the Supreme Dragon Cauldron lying quietly in his sea of consciousness had undergone a slight change. Boy! The Supreme Dragon Cauldron in your sea of consciousness is quite mysterious. Perhaps it really does have something to do with the river diagram on the dragon horse. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded. Let me take it out and try. Zhuowen nodded. He tapped his forehead with his right hand and took out the broken jade cauldron. Back then, Xiao Hei had said that the cauldron was called the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. In fact, Zhuowen did not agree at all. This was because this jade cauldron was brought by Zhuowen from Earth. Although Zhuowen did not believe in gods and Buddhas on Earth and thought that they were illusory, Zhuowen in his previous life also thought the same. However, when the jade cauldron brought him to this strange world, Zhuowen finally understood that there were gods and Buddhas in this world. In addition, there were many records and legends about ancient gods and Buddhas on Earth. Zhuowen knew that the ancient era of Earth might have been an era where martial arts were extremely prosperous. However, for some reason, martial arts gradually declined and eventually evolved into an era of science and technology that did not believe in gods and Buddhas. The river diagram, the Luo book, and the sage. This was the record of ancient Huaxia, and this record pointed to Fuxi. Fuxi had a pivotal position in the Huaxia civilization. He was the head of the 3 sovereigns and the ancestor of humanity. The dragon horse carried the river diagram, and the divine turtle came out of the Luo book. This was the sign of the birth of Saint Fuxi. Now, Zhuowen saw the shadow of the dragon horse in this arcane tower, and carved the river diagram on the dragon horse's spine. This river diagram had a trace of connection with the broken jade cauldron. Could it be that this jade cauldron is related to Fuxi? Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he muttered in a low voice, "Buzz." The moment the broken jade cauldron appeared on the dragon horse's spine, the dragon horse suddenly whined and knelt down on all fours. It trembled and there was a trace of sorrow in its eyes. At the same time, Zhuowen keenly noticed that the river diagram on the dragon horse's spine began to slowly peel off. Then, with a whoosh, it was engraved on the broken jade cauldron. This is, when the river diagram was finally engraved on the jade cauldron, Zhuowen's pupils slightly shrank as he discovered that the originally damaged jade cauldron was actually slowly recovering. The dim luster on its surface actually once again emitted a terrifying luster. The jade cauldron is recovering? Xiao Hei's voice rang out again. Her voice was also filled with a trace of surprise. In the past, the dragon turtle came out of the river diagram, the book of Luo came out of the Luo book, and the earth came out of the Qing Huang. Today, the three auspicious ones have not appeared. It's sad and lamentable. A sigh slowly sounded from the jade cauldron and entered Zhuowen's mind. What are the three auspicious ones? Could the river diagram and the book of Luo be two of the three auspicious ones? Then what is this Qing Huang that comes out of the Qing Huang? Could it be the last of the three auspicious ones? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice as he pondered the deeper meaning of this sentence. Xiao Hei, is this jade cauldron really called the Supreme Dragon Cauldron? Did you just say it casually back then? Zhuowen felt more and more that this jade cauldron was not ordinary. Suddenly, he asked Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei was startled. Immediately after, she smiled embarrassedly and said, "This dragon lord came up with the name of this Supreme Dragon Cauldron. After all, this jade cauldron does indeed have the power to suppress the dragon clan. If it's not called the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, then what is it called?" Hearing this, Zhuowen could not help but be speechless. It turned out that Xiao Hei did not even know the name of this jade cauldron. This deceitful dog Xiao Hei was really unreliable. After absorbing the river diagram, this jade cauldron has recovered quite a bit. Even its power has become much stronger. Zhuowen acutely sensed that the aura of this jade cauldron was much stronger. Moreover, he also discovered that the river diagram engraved on the cauldron could be stripped off and formed into a mysterious formation. This river diagram should be a formation. Moreover, it should be an extremely powerful formation. However, maintaining this river diagram formation requires an extremely large amount of mental strength. Xiao Hei suddenly said to Zhuowen solemnly. Zhuowen nodded. He also sensed that the river diagram absorbed into the jade cauldron was a powerful formation. However, as for how to release it, Zhuowen still needed to slowly comprehend it. After losing the river diagram, the dragon horse became somewhat dispirited. The pressure on its body also decreased sharply. It was much weaker than before. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The four masters, Tu Shita, Lan Miao, Tian Yi, and Wu Kong, all came near the dragon horse. Their gazes were grave as they looked at the dispirited dragon horse and the river diagram that had been stripped off the dragon horse's spine. Their gazes were somewhat unsightly. Zhuowen, you took away the pattern on the dragon horse's spine? Master Lan Miao said with a frown. This dragon horse was created by Mu Feng. It was extremely useful to the arcane tower. However, Zhuowen had actually stripped the pattern from the dragon horse, causing its aura to become so dispirited. Even Master Lan Miao was somewhat displeased, let alone Master Tushita and the other two masters. Teacher, the pattern on the dragon horse's spine is called the river diagram. It has a slight connection with my armor soul. That's why I took the risk to absorb it. As Zhuowen spoke, he took out the jade cauldron and showed the river diagram on the cauldron to Master Lan Miao and the others. Master Lan Miao and the other three masters were 6th grade Great Perfection Arcana Masters. If they really wanted to deal with Zhuowen, Zhuowen knew that he was definitely not their opponent. The best way now was to confess. Master Lan Miao was startled. He also didn't expect that the pattern on the dragon horse's spine was actually related to Zhuowen's armor soul. No wonder this boy could successfully draw the pattern on the dragon horse's spine. This won't do. This is something that teacher Mu Feng drew. It's also a test for the 5th floor to the 6th floor. Now that you've stripped it away, what will happen to the 5th floor's test in the future? Master Tushita said with some displeasure. I think you'd better hand over the river diagram and redraw it on the dragon horse's spine. Otherwise, if this matter reaches teacher Mu Feng's ears, you will be severely punished. Master Tian Yi and Master Wu Kong also echoed. Zhuowen's gaze was gloomy as he looked at Master Lan Miao. After all, Master Lan Miao was his teacher and also Mu Feng's personal disciple. He should be able to help him. The three of you, can you make an exception? Regarding this river diagram, I will personally apologize to teacher Mu Feng. When the time comes, Master Lan Miao is willing to accept any punishment. As long as the three of you don't make things difficult for Zhuowen, it's fine. Master Lan Miao bowed deeply to Master Tushita and the other two masters as he pleaded. Chapter 1089. Grandmaster Mu Feng. Grandmaster Tushita and the other two looked at Grandmaster Lan Miao in surprise. They did not expect Grandmaster Lan Miao to go to such lengths for Zhuowen. Lan Miao, I still feel that this matter is inappropriate. Why don't we ask Zhuowen to hand over the river diagram first and let Grandmaster Mu Feng make the decision? Grandmaster Tushita said hesitantly. Swoosh. During this stalemate, the sound of something rushing through the air rang out. Subsequently, a purple-robed figure slowly descended from the 6th level. This figure was extremely imposing. His purple eyes contained a strange luster. An indistinct pressure surged from his body. It was as vast as a 10,000-foot-tall mountain, causing a trace of respect to involuntarily arise in the hearts of those who saw it. Is that Grandmaster Mu Feng? I did not expect Grandmaster Mu Feng to descend to the 5th level. How rare. Everyone on the 5th level also saw the imposing purple figure descending. Their eyes were filled with surprise. The mysterious Grandmaster Mu Feng had actually descended to the 5th level. Clearly, this was out of everyone's expectations. Greetings, teacher. Grandmaster Lan Miao, Tushita, Tian Yi, and Wu Kong respectfully cupped their hands and bowed to the purple-robed figure before them. The purple-robed man's identity was obvious. Grandmaster Mu Feng? Zhuowen's gaze gathered on the purple-robed figure. Especially when he felt the faint aura from the purple-robed man, his heart palpitated slightly. Mu Feng was a grade 7 arcane heavenly master. His power was extremely terrifying. Even the outer court dean had to be polite to him. It was no wonder that the aura he emitted could cause Zhuowen's heart to palpitate. Mu Feng nodded to Lan Miao and the other three. Then, his gaze involuntarily landed on Zhuowen, who was standing on the dragon horse's back. He said indifferently, "The river diagram on the dragon horse's back was completely drawn by you." It was unintentionally drawn by a junior. There was a trace of luck involved in it. Zhuowen said respectfully. He did not dare to offend such an existence. He could only be polite. Teacher, this child just said that the river diagram on the dragon horse's back is related to his armor soul. That is why he was able to draw the complete river diagram in detail, Grandmaster Tushita said respectfully as he came to Mu Feng's side. Is it related to your armor soul? Upon hearing this, Mu Feng's eyes shone with a sharp light as he stared fixedly at Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen to furrow his brows. The expression in Mu Feng's eyes was somewhat strange, as though he had found something he was looking for. Although he had some doubts in his heart, Zhuowen still nodded and said, "That is indeed the case. The river diagram on the back of the dragon horse is indeed related to the armor soul on my body. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to complete the river diagram by myself." I see. Can you take out your soul armor and let me take a look at it? Mu Feng opened his mouth once again. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as a look of hesitation appeared on his face. The Jade Cauldron's soul armor was extremely mysterious. If he were to allow Mu Feng to inspect it carefully, he didn't know if Mu Feng would discover anything. Don't worry. Armor souls are innate powers. I won't do anything to your armor soul. I'm only interested to see what kind of armor soul is capable of subduing the river diagram. Mu Feng spoke again, his purple eyes as deep as the endless abyss. Zhuowen, don't worry. I'm an arcane heavenly master. I won't covet something that belongs to a mere junior like you. Don't worry and let me take a look. Grandmaster Tusida hurriedly added. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he turned his head to look at Grandmaster Lan Miao, only to see the latter nod his head. Zhuowen didn't refuse. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out the Jade Cauldron and tossed it to Mu Feng. With a wave of his sleeve, Mu Feng caught the Jade Cauldron in front of him. Soon after, his gaze landed on the river diagram on the surface of the Jade Cauldron. It's actually able to absorb the tracks of the river diagram. Your Jade Cauldron's soul armor is quite extraordinary. Mu Feng silently inspected the Jade Cauldron in his hand. His gaze was basically focused on the river diagram on the cauldron, causing him to involuntarily click his tongue in amazement. What's your name? Suddenly, Mu Feng asked with a smile. Zhuowen. Zhuowen calmly replied. Mu Feng nodded his head and continued. Zhuowen, do you know that the river diagram was originally a type of array? I obtained this array from an ancient ruin in the Sea of Bitterness. However, it's a pity that it was incomplete. Therefore, I memorized it and drew it out when I was constructing this arcane art tower. However, you were able to complete the drawing of the river diagram. Furthermore, you allowed the river diagram to attach itself to your Jade Cauldron soul armor. This means that there's some fate between you and the river diagram. Today, I'll teach you the method to use the river diagram. Watch carefully. As he spoke, Mu Feng's right hand formed a sword finger and tapped it on the surface of the Jade Cauldron. Instantly, a wave of mental energy gushed out. Furthermore, Zhuowen's sharp senses allowed him to discover that the wave of mental energy that Mu Feng had sent out was slowly rotating in a clockwise manner, in accordance with the strangeness of the river diagram. Sit in the north and face the south. Left to the east, right to the west. Water gives birth to wood, wood gives birth to fire, fire gives birth to earth, earth gives birth to metal, and metal gives birth to water. This is the left-hand rotation of the 5 element. The center doesn't move. 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 are the left-hand rotation of the yang numbers. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 are the left-hand rotation of the yin numbers. All of them are rotating in a clockwise manner, representing the mutual generation of the 5 elements and all living things. There's a left-hand rotation principle within the river diagram. By using this principle, you'll be able to unleash the might of the river diagram. Mu Feng's voice resounded like muffled thunder within Zhuowen's mind. In the next instant, the river diagram on the Jade Cauldron's body blossomed with extremely dazzling black and white brilliance. In the next instant, black and white circular dots gushed out from the river diagram, transforming into strange trajectories in the air. In the next instant, they formed a gigantic river diagram in the air. In the next instant, Zhuowen could clearly sense that the area within a radius of nearly 100 kilometers had actually been completely enveloped by the power of the river diagram. This power was soundless and undetectable, and was actually slowly blocking his 5 senses. His vision, hearing, touch, and smell were actually slowly weakening. In the end, Zhuowen had sunk into an endless darkness, as though he had been completely isolated from the outside world. Zhuowen didn't know how long he had sunk into this state. When his 5 senses had recovered, he discovered that the people around him were also in a state of confusion. Clearly, everyone had also sunk into that strange environment like him. Mu Feng slowly lifted the Jade Cauldron, while the river diagram in the air had already been retracted into the body of the cauldron. Clearly, the river diagram array had already been removed by him. You can go back and properly comprehend this array. It'll be of great help to you in the future. Mu Feng gave a soft laugh. With a wave of his right hand, he tossed the jade cauldron back to Zhuowen. The latter received the jade cauldron in a daze, while shock and astonishment still filled his eyes. This river diagram array was actually able to block off a cultivator's 5 senses, causing them to enter a deep state of unconsciousness. This array was extremely powerful and strange, as it could unknowingly block off the other party's 5 senses, causing them to enter a state where they were completely powerless to resist. However, Zhuowen also knew that the reason why the river diagram array was so powerful was because it was in Mu Feng's hands. After all, Mu Feng was an arcane heavenly master, and his mental energy was extremely powerful. Therefore, he was able to extend the river diagram array to a radius of several hundred kilometers, causing everyone on the 5th level to enter that strange state. To put it bluntly, if Mu Feng had any killing intent in his heart, everyone on the 5th level would have unknowingly died. This river diagram array is really terrifying, muttered Zhuowen in a low voice as he looked at the river diagram on the jade cauldron, while his eyes were filled with hope. Many thanks, Grandmaster Mu Feng. Zhuowen immediately cupped his hands respectfully. Mu Feng waved his hand and said, "Do your best to act out this river diagram array. This thing is extremely powerful and will be of great benefit to you. Since there's nothing else here, I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, Mu Feng ignored Grandmaster Tusida and the other 3 behind him. He took a step forward, intending to leave this place. However, he was stopped by Zhuowen. "Is there anything else?" Mu Feng asked in confusion. Zhuowen took a deep breath, cupped his hands and said, "Grandmaster Mu Feng, do you know the whereabouts of the 1,000-fold fossil? If you do, I hope you can tell me. I'll be eternally grateful." "How do you know that I have the whereabouts of the 1,000-fold fossil?" Mu Feng asked in surprise. "Back then, Elder Xiuan told me that he once asked you for clues about the 1,000-fold fossil in the outer court. Unfortunately, he was chased out by you." Zhuowen smiled embarrassedly. Mu Feng nodded, and a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. He said, "So it's that little fellow Xiuan. I do know the whereabouts of the 1,000-fold fossil, so there's no harm in telling you. The 1,000-fold fossil should be in the Azura Blood Arena on Azura Island. If you have the chance, you can go to Azura Island to look for it." Azura Island's Azura Blood Arena? Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Mu Feng to be so easy to talk to. He immediately told him about the whereabouts of the 1,000-fold fossil. "Many thanks for telling me, Grandmaster Mu Feng," Zhuowen said with gratitude in his eyes. Mu Feng nodded and said meaningfully, "Remember, you must study the river diagram array well. Don't let my painstaking efforts down. I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, Mu Feng left the 5th floor without looking back. He left in an extremely carefree manner. "Kid, don't you think that this Mu Feng is very strange? According to what Elder Xiuan said, this Mu Feng should be an extremely stubborn and paranoid fellow. Why is he so easy to talk to now? Also, this fellow kept asking you to study the river diagram array well. Is there something shameful about it?" Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out. Zhuowen was startled. Now that he thought about it, Mu Feng's attitude towards him was indeed a little too good. However, he didn't think too much about it. He said, "Maybe it's because I've perfected the river diagram array. That's why Grandmaster Mu Feng treasures me. Now that I know the whereabouts of the 1,000-fold fossil, it's a good thing for me." After speaking, Xiao Hei was silent for a moment. Then, she continued, "In short, you must be careful. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world." "I know. I'll be careful," Zhuowen said absent-mindedly. His mind was currently focused on the 1,000-fold fossil, and he didn't pay attention to Xiao Hei's reminder. Chapter 1090. Profound Qi Zhuowen. Your luck is pretty good. You were actually able to obtain Master's appreciation. Not only did he bestow the river diagram to you, he even taught you the method to use the river diagram formation. Master Lan Miao arrived before Zhuowen and spoke rather happily. I was just lucky. Zhuowen scratched his head and said with a smile. Zhuowen, we have wronged you just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. Master Tusida also came to Zhuowen's side and said somewhat embarrassedly. Zhuowen shook his head and said with a smile, anyone would be anxious and angry when something like this happened suddenly. Master Tusida's reaction is understandable. Seeing that Zhuowen had let bygones be bygones, Master Tusida nodded gently. He had a good impression of Zhuowen. The young man in front of him did not blame him for his previous actions. His temperament was really good. Haha, let's not talk about this. Zhuowen, you have passed the dragon horse level and are qualified to enter the 6th level. Once you enter the 6th level, you will experience the benefits of the 6th level. Master Lan Miao laughed and said to Zhuowen, Teacher, can entering the 6th level really raise my mental energy from complete grade 5 to initial grade 6? Zhuowen suddenly asked. You will naturally experience it when you enter the 6th level. Now follow me to the 6th level. Master Lan Miao smiled mysteriously. Immediately, he led Zhuowen into the void above the 5th level. Under the envious gazes of many people on the 5th level, they stepped into the 6th level. Lang Yao, who was among the crowd, looked at Zhuowen's figure that had disappeared into the 5th level. His eyes were filled with disappointment. He had never expected that he would fail the dragon horse 3 times. However, Zhuowen had succeeded on his first try. Moreover, Zhuowen had supplemented the river diagram and obtained the recognition of Master Mu Feng. Thinking of the scene just now, the originally arrogant Lang Yao felt a heavy sense of defeat. In the past, he was the #1 genius on the 5th floor. In his heart, he also thought that he should be the first to mount the dragon horse and enter the 6th floor. But now, Zhuowen's arrival was like a ruthless slap to his heart. It made him clearly understand what it meant by there was always someone better than him. Lang Yao, you don't need to be dispirited. You are far more talented than most arcanists. You can only blame that Zhuowen for being too monstrous. He's definitely the person with the strongest mental strength in my history. His future is limitless. Grandmaster Tusida came to Lang Yao's side and sighed. Lang Yao clenched his fists tightly before slowly relaxing them. A relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, Teacher, I understand all of this. Now, I finally know that I'm actually nothing. So, I have to work harder. It's good that you have the heart. In the future, your achievements will definitely surpass mine. Don't belittle yourself. That will only hinder your path forward. Grandmaster Tusida nodded and said with relief when he saw that Lang Yao didn't become dispirited. Swoosh! The 6th floor of the arcane tower was actually a space filled with white mist. At the foot of this space was a knee-high white mist. Through this white mist, Zhuowen could see tall mountains, flowing water, chirping birds, and the fragrance of flowers. Under the lingering white mist, everything was perfect and flawless like a paradise on earth. Is this the space of the 6th floor? Looking at the scene, Zhuowen was a little stunned. Obviously, there was still a big difference from the 6th floor that he had imagined. Haha. Originally, the 6th floor was just a barren land. However, the 4 of us felt lonely, so we set up some illusion origin formations here. So, it does look quite pleasing to the eye. Grandmaster Lan Miao grinned. Zhuowen, now, feel the energy around the space of the 6th floor and see if there's anything different. Grandmaster Lan Miao suddenly looked at Zhuowen with a smile. The latter also nodded and silently felt the difference in the energy around the space of the 6th floor. This is when Zhuowen tried to use the mental energy in his Naiwen Palace to probe the energy around him. He discovered that the strange energy around him was like rivers flowing into the sea. It poured into his Naiwen Palace and began to strengthen the mental energy in his Naiwen Palace. You feel it too, right? The sixth floor is filled with a kind of energy called origin essence. This kind of energy can directly communicate with the mental energy in your Naiwan Palace. It can continuously strengthen your mental energy in a very short period of time. However, Origin Essence only has the greatest effect on Grade 5 Arcana Masters. It is much less effective on Grade 6 Arcana Masters. This is also why I said that your mental energy can reach the initial success of Grade 6 Arcana Masters in a short period of time after entering the 6th floor, Grandmaster Lan Miao said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded. This Origin Essence was indeed magical. Just now, he did not take the initiative to absorb it at all. The Origin Essence in the air flowed into his Naiwan Palace and began to strengthen the mental energy in his Naiwan Palace. He believed that if he took the initiative to absorb this Origin Essence, the speed at which his mental energy grew would greatly increase. Teacher, I can only stay here for 4 days. After 4 days, I need to leave the Arcana Tower to do something, Zhuowen suddenly said to Grandmaster Lan Miao. You can only stay for 4 days? In just 4 days, even if you rely on Origin Essence to break through to the initial success of Grade 6 Arcana Masters, the difficulty is still quite high. Grandmaster Lan Miao was startled at first. Then, he frowned slightly and revealed a trace of hesitation in his eyes. It's okay. Even if I can't break through this time, I should be able to continue cultivating the next time I come here, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Grandmaster Lan Miao shook his head and said, The first time you absorb Origin Essence is the best, and it is also the easiest to break through. If you rashly leave halfway, I'm afraid the next breakthrough will become quite difficult. Is there such a thing? Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned. Zhuowen, you absorb Origin Essence here first, and I will stay by your side. I will try to guide most of the Origin Essence around to where you are. This should have a high chance of helping you break through to the initial success of Grade 6 Arcana Masters quickly, Grandmaster Lan Miao suddenly said. Teacher, will this consume a lot of your Origin Essence? Zhuowen was startled and immediately asked with a flicker in his eyes. Grandmaster Lan Miao laughed and said, Don't worry. I am a perfect Grade 6 Arcana Master. Merely guiding the Origin Essence around me won't consume much at all. Seeing that Grandmaster Lan Miao was so confident, Zhuowen nodded and did not refuse. He said with a smile, Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher. You can concentrate on absorbing Origin Essence and leave the rest to me. Grandmaster Lan Miao waved his hand and said. Zhuowen did not talk nonsense and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. White mist lingered around his body, and he began to absorb the powerful Origin Essence around him, directly transforming it into mind power in his Naiwan Palace. Grandmaster Lan Miao silently looked at Zhuowen below him, took a deep breath, and stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, a terrifying mind power burst out from his right hand. This mind power rushed to the sky like a fountain, and then scattered in all directions. Like countless tentacles, it pulled all the Origin Essence that was evenly distributed around him. Withdraw. With a light shout, the mind power controlled by Grandmaster Lan Miao suddenly contracted. The Origin Essence that was distributed in the air was pulled over, and all of it filled the air above Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyelids trembled slightly. He also noticed that the Origin Essence around him had suddenly become rich. He knew that Grandmaster Lan Miao must have used some kind of method to gather all the Origin Essence around him. However, he was pressed for time now, so he naturally would not open his eyes. Instead, he began to absorb the Origin Essence that was gathering around him. With the continuous absorption, the mind power in Zhuowen's Naiwan Palace was also growing at a speed that was several times faster than before. Time flew by and 4 days slowly passed. During these 4 days, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the 6th floor, constantly absorbing the rich Origin Essence around him. Grandmaster Lan Miao also silently stood beside Zhuowen, maintaining his mind power to gather all the origin essence around Zhuowen, saving a lot of time for Zhuowen. At this moment, Grandmaster Lan Miao's face was slightly pale. Maintaining the high concentration of origin essence around Zhuowen for 4 days and 4 nights had consumed a lot of origin essence, even for Grandmaster Lan Miao, who was already at complete grade 6. It should be soon. Maintaining the origin essence that is almost 10 times richer for 4 days, Zhuowen should be able to smoothly break through to initial grade 6. Grandmaster Lan Miao stared at Zhuowen's back with bright eyes and murmured softly, "Boom." Suddenly, a muffled thunder-like sound resounded. Immediately, the origin essence around Zhuowen suddenly became violent, forming a whirlwind of origin essence that was constantly rotating. It rushed towards the center of Zhuowen's eyebrows, and Zhuowen's aura was also constantly rising at a faster and faster speed. Crack! A sound like an eggshell cracking sounded. Immediately, an extremely frightening gale swept up around Zhuowen's body, constantly blowing in all directions. Zhuowen's loose robe also fluttered and swayed with the wind. Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes, and a mind power like the heavens might burst out from the center of his eyebrows. Then, the air in the entire space stagnated. "You broke through?" Grandmaster Lan Miao's smile grew wider and wider. Standing up, Zhuowen's whole temperament changed. It became much thicker and stronger than before, and at the same time, it became much calmer. Turning around, Zhuowen saw Grandmaster Lan Miao's pale face. He bowed and said gratefully, "Teacher, thank you for taking care of me these 4 days and helping me break through to initial grade 6. Zhuowen had seen everything that Grandmaster Lan Miao had done in the past 4 days. That was why he was extremely grateful to him. Haha. After all, you and I are teacher and disciple. How can a teacher not help a disciple? And you didn't let me down. Being able to break through to initial grade 6 in 4 days is very fast." Grandmaster Lan Miao waved his hand and immediately continued, "I remember that you have a grade 5 origin array on you, right? Let me see." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. With a flick of his finger, he took out the ultimate sword array from the spiritual ring and landed in front of Grandmaster Lan Miao. Chapter 1091. Arena. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with joy. The infinity sword formation had been with him for a long time. He was also used to the usage of the infinity sword formation. Now, if he was asked to give it up, he was really reluctant. Master Lan Miao's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. This way, he could continue to use the infinity sword formation. It would not be like when he came into contact with other primary arrays, where he would be a little unfamiliar with it at the beginning. "I roughly know where you live. After I upgrade your primary array, I will naturally send someone to send it to your residence. Didn't you say that you have something urgent today? Now you can go and do your thing first." After Master Lan Miao kept the infinity sword formation in the spiritual ring, he waved his hand at Zhuowen. "Then, I'll have to trouble teacher." After saying that, Zhuowen took a step forward and went down to the 6th floor. When he reached the 5th floor, he attracted the attention of Lang Yao and the others on the 5th floor. "It's only been 4 days and this Zhuowen is already out? Could it be that he broke through to the 6th grade initial realm in just 4 days? Lang Yao frowned slightly and muttered to himself in a low voice. Zhuowen's talent was indeed unquestionable. However, even if he was a genius, it was impossible to break through from the 5th grade complete realm to the 6th grade initial realm in 4 days, even if it was the special environment of the 6th floor. When Zhuowen was about to walk down to the 5th floor, Lang Yao suddenly stood up and said to Zhuowen, "Zhuowen, you broke through to the 6th grade initial realm?" As soon as these words came out, Zhuowen's footsteps paused slightly. He nodded and said, "Yes, I was lucky to break through to the 6th grade initial realm." After saying that, Zhuowen did not stop and directly left the 5th floor. Only Lang Yao and more than 10 people were left, staring at each other and sitting on the ground dumbfounded. The arena was a rather popular area in the academy. At the same time, it was also a place where the Academy's students were quite popular. Here, there were fierce fists colliding with flesh, soul-stirring crazy battles, and equally shocking battles. The arena was a place where blood and strength were perfectly combined. The rules of the arena were actually very simple. Battles and gambling. That is, under the agreed amount of contribution points, the winner would get all the contribution points, and the loser would get nothing. After all, on the path of martial arts, if it was just boring cultivation, it would be like building a car behind closed doors, and one would only be left behind by others. Only by constantly fighting, accumulating experience in battle, and finding one's own mistakes and shortcomings, could a martial artist continue to make breakthroughs and progress. In the arena, regardless of whether the students were spectating or fighting, they would all be able to gain more or less. Even those who were extremely talented might have a breakthrough on the spot. This was also the fundamental reason why the arena was so popular in the Academy. Today's arena was naturally filled with countless figures without exception. As far as the eye could see, it was actually a black mass of human heads. The thunder-like clamor was constantly ringing in everyone's ears. It was extremely ear-piercing, like an electric drill drilling. The arena was divided into many large platforms. Basically, there were martial artists fighting on these platforms. Of course, the Academy also had regulations. Although there were no restrictions on the battles in the arena, one must not deliberately kill others. Hence, although many Academy students were fighting with their lives on the line, there would not be any danger to their lives. After all, if one were to kill in the arena, he would definitely be severely punished by the Academy. The light punishment would be expulsion from the Academy, and the heavy punishment would be death. Hence, although the battles in the arena were very intense, the probability of someone dying was still very low. Basically, every platform in the arena was surrounded by quite a number of people. However, there was one platform today that was surrounded by nearly half of the people in the arena. In fact, there were even quite a number of people from the other platforms that were crowding towards this platform. Following the crowd's line of sight, one would be able to see a tall and straight white figure quietly standing at one end of the platform. It was as though he was waiting for something. This person was dressed in white and carried a long sword on his back. His face was handsome and clean. When his eyes opened and closed, there would always be a wisp of frightening radiance erupting from them. These few days, the rumor about Palm Master from the Emperor Pavilion challenging Zhuowen has been spreading like wildfire. Today is the day of the competition. This Palm Master has already gone up the platform. However, why is there no sign of Zhuowen? This Palm Master's talent is extremely terrifying. He has only joined the Emperor Pavilion for half a year and has already become the fourth strongest expert in the Emperor Pavilion. His strength is only below the 3 Pavilion Masters, and he is highly regarded by Lu Qing. This Palm Master seems to be the second strongest new student in this year's batch. During the new student recruitment test, it is said that he was defeated by Zhuowen. Today, this Palm Master is challenging Zhuowen to wipe away his previous humiliation and regain the title of the number 1 new student. Below the platform, there was a burst of whispers. Many people cast their gazes towards the white-clothed figure with a fearful expression on their faces. Palm Master's improvement was indeed great. Back then, Palm Master wasn't Du Tao's opponent. However, right now, he only needed one sword to defeat Du Tao. It could be said that he was no longer the same as before. Although the rumor about Zhuowen back then was extremely sensational, it was basically half a year ago. In this half a year, Zhuowen had basically been cultivating in seclusion in the cultivation pagoda and had never asked about the outside world. Therefore, many people had already started to forget about Zhuowen. If it wasn't for the title of the number 1 new student, it was most likely that many students would have already forgotten about the name Zhuowen. However, Palm Master was different. In this half a year, Palm Master would frequently come to the battle arena to challenge those famous seniors. Ever since Palm Master entered the battle arena for half a year, he hadn't tasted a single defeat. Many people in the academy knew that Palm Master wasn't someone to be trifled with. On the viewing platform behind the palm trees, a group of students wearing the same uniform almost occupied the entire viewing platform. Below the stage, many people had expressions of trepidation in their eyes when they saw this group of people. This was because they recognized the identity of this group of people. They were none other than members of the Emperor Pavilion. The leader of this group of people was holding a heavy spear wrapped in cloth. His right hand was holding the spear while his left hand was holding a teacup, leisurely sipping tea. This person was none other than the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion, Lu Qing. Beside Lu Qing, there was a black-robed woman with a voluptuous figure. This woman was constantly looking outside, as though she was searching for something. That Zhuowen still isn't here? Could it be that he is too cowardly to come? Lu Xiang curled her lips and spoke with hatred. Don't worry. That fellow will come. If he doesn't come, I'm afraid that the reputation that Zhuowen has accumulated in the past will truly be destroyed. Lu Qing was not the slightest bit anxious as he spoke. Lu Xiang nodded and quieted down. She no longer deliberately searched, but silently waited. Time passed by minute by minute. Very quickly, the sun was high in the sky. However, there was still no one on the opposite side of Palm Master. Below the platform, many people revealed a sliver of impatience in their eyes. What exactly is going on? That Zhuowen still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he is afraid of Palm Master and is avoiding the battle? Due to their impatience, many people below the platform booed. Some of the more excessive people even began to mock and ridicule Zhuowen, who had yet to appear, without any scruples in their words. On the other side of the spectator stand, there were 4 people whose brows were slightly furrowed. A sliver of anxiousness appeared on their faces. These 4 people were Mo Lingtian, Jianan, Gatha and Xian Xing. Why isn't Big Brother Zhua here yet? It's already high in the sky. Jianan's face was filled with anxiety. His face flushed red as he spoke. Jianan, don't be anxious. There is still 2 hours before the agreed time. I believe that Zhuowen will definitely arrive. Moreover, given Brother Zhua's strength, it is impossible for him to be afraid of Palm Master. Mo Lingtian shook his head. Although there was also a sliver of anxiety, he was much calmer than Jianan. Is Big Brother Zhua delayed by something? I haven't seen him in person for the past 4 days. Gatha and Xian Xing exchanged a look, a sliver of anxiety appearing in their beautiful eyes. Let's wait and see. Mo Lingtian shook his head. Time continued to flow like an hourglass. Finally, the sun that was high in the sky began to show signs of setting. There was less than 15 minutes left of the agreed 2 hours. On the battle stage, Palm Master's originally narrowed eyes suddenly opened. A somewhat mocking smile appeared from the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a clear voice. Everyone, there is less than 15 minutes left before the agreed time, but that Zhuowen has yet to appear. I believe everyone should have guessed the reason, right? Many people below the stage also revealed looks of indignation. The crowd was stirred up and indignant. It must be that this Zhuowen is afraid of Brother Palm Master's power and is avoiding the battle. Such a coward who doesn't even dare to fight is not qualified to be Brother Palm Master's opponent. On the spectator stand behind, Lu Qing gently lifted the teacup in his right hand, the corners of his mouth raised in a mocking smile as he echoed in a clear voice. The smile on Palm Master's face grew even wider as he said, "It seems that it is as the third pavilion master said, that Zhuowen doesn't dare to fight. Since he doesn't even dare to fight, then the title of number 1 among the new students doesn't really belong to him. Of course. How can such a coward be worthy of the title of number 1 among the new students? This title should belong to someone else, and the best candidate now is Brother Palm Master," Lu Qing echoed in a timely manner. The 2 of them echoed each other like this, and it caused many people below the stage to feel indignant. Everyone cursed Zhuo in their hearts for being as cowardly as a mouse. He actually didn't dare to come out and fight, and had really wasted their time waiting. It seems that my challenge to Zhuo back then was unnecessary. Since he doesn't dare to come, then I don't need to wait any longer. Palm Master shook his head and slowly walked down the stage, no longer waiting for Zhuo to appear. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly swept over, bringing with it a sharp sound of tearing the air as it swept directly behind Palm Master. Palm Master, who was about to walk down the stage, had a slight change in his expression. His lifted foot suddenly changed as he stepped to the side, narrowly avoiding the sharp sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Chapter 1092. 500,000 contribution points. Bang! Just as Palm Man's furious cry sounded, the long black blade that was inserted into the ground suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately, a terrifying aura filled the hilt and blade. Swoosh! The instant this aura rose, the long black blade suddenly rushed out. Its target was Palm Man by the side. Its speed was so fast that it was dazzling. This sudden change in the long black blade had exceeded everyone's expectations. Of course, this included Palm Man, who had shouted furiously, "Damn it!" Palm Man clearly did not expect the long black blade to have such a change. He cursed angrily and moved his feet in an attempt to dodge the blade that was rushing over. However, the long black blade was too fast. Helpless, Palm Man could only spit out yuan power from his right palm and accurately slap the blade. Swoosh! The thing that caused Palm Man's pupils to shrink was that just as his right palm was about to smash against the long black blade, the strange long blade suddenly changed. It actually bent 90 degrees and rushed towards his forehead. This time around, Palm Man was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. His neck tilted and he immediately dodged the long black blade that was rushing towards him. Drip, drip. Fresh blood flowed from Palm Man's right cheek in an arc and flowed down Palm Man's chin. Finally, it dripped down. The gurgling sound of water dripping on the ground appeared so clear and pleasant to the ear. A cherry-red scar actually appeared on Palm Man's cheek. It was a scar caused by the long blade just now. Seeing this scene, the eyes of everyone below the stage revealed a stunned expression. After a short silence, an extremely frightening noise erupted from the surroundings. Palm Man was actually injured by a long black blade that had appeared out of nowhere. Although it was merely a scratch on his cheek, this was a long blade that was not controlled by anyone. If it was able to injure Palm Man, wouldn't the owner of this long blade be able to unleash an extremely great power when wielded by him? The viewing gallery where Lu Qing was at had successively sunk into an atmosphere of silence. Even Lu Qing's right hand, which was holding the teacup, had instantly stiffened when the gurgling sound of water rang out. "Who is it?" Palm Man suddenly flew backwards. His right hand wiped away the blood on his cheek. His gaze was extremely dark. To have his face slashed by an uncontrollable black saber in front of so many people was an absolute humiliation to him. "Brother Palm Man, weren't you waiting for me earlier? Now that I am here, you are asking me who I am? Oh, that's right, did you like the meeting gift from earlier?" A slightly mocking voice resounded in the sky above the spectator stands. The instant this voice rang out, an extremely oppressive sound of something breaking through the air suddenly descended. It was as if a huge object had fallen from the sky. Rumble! A figure smashed onto the battle platform in an extremely barbaric manner. Immediately, a pit that was nearly 10 feet wide was formed in the middle of the battle platform. This figure landed on one knee in the middle of the pit, after which, he slowly stood up and slowly walked out from the endless dust that filled the air. Finally, a handsome young man with cold eyes was revealed. "Palm Man, Palm, after waiting for you for so long, you are finally here." Palm Man narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Palm's voice was neither soft nor soft, and it just so happened to permeate the surroundings of the battle stage. the astonishment in the eyes of the crowd, which had originally revealed stunned expressions, was replaced by a trace of understanding. It turned out that this youth who had suddenly appeared was the opponent that Pom Pom had challenged this time, Zhuowen. Didn't they say that Zhuowen is a coward? Moreover, Lu Qing had also said that Zhuowen would definitely not be able to withstand a single blow. However, it doesn't seem to be the case now. You are right. That long black blade should be Zhuowen's weapon. Being able to injure Palm Man with a long blade from afar is not something that an ordinary cultivator can do. After Zhuowen's identity was revealed, the crowd below the stage began to whisper to each other. This was because they realized that the Emperor Pavilion's rumors were different from the Zhuowen that they saw now. Given Pom Pom's hearing, he naturally heard all the whispers around him. His expression gradually darkened. That slash from before had indeed caused him to lose face. Hence, the gaze he used to look at Zhuowen had also become somewhat unfriendly. Big Brother Zhua has finally arrived. This time, we can teach Pom Man and the Emperor Pavilion a lesson. Jianan clenched his fists as he looked at the tall figure on the stage. Mo Lingtian, Gatha and Xian Xing also inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief after Zhuowen's appearance. The stone in their hearts had finally been lifted. As expected of Brother Zhuowen, you purposely delayed your arrival until now. Moreover, you also waited until Brother Pom Man was about to leave. You chose this opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind and injure Brother Pom Man in one fell swoop to show off your strength. Brother Zhuowen's style has not changed at all. Just when the surrounding atmosphere was a little gloomy, Lu Qing suddenly stood up and gently clapped his hands. He began to mock and ridicule Zhuowen. With Lu Qing's instigation, many people below the stage revealed strange expressions. It seemed that Zhuowen's attack was indeed a sneak attack. My black saber is clearly a long-range attack. Moreover, it was a frontal attack on Pom Man. Pom Man's strength is not enough. His face was injured by the saber. This scene seems like a sneak attack to you. Brother Lu Qing's ability to distort the truth is getting better and better. Zhuowen retorted. As soon as these words came out, Lu Qing narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. He said, "You're quite good at quibbling. Since you're here, the battle can also begin." At this moment, Pom Man had also regained his calm. He stared indifferently at Zhuowen in front of him and said, "Zhuowen, you've made me wait for a long time. I was actually dragged out by you for so long. However, it's good that you're here. After I defeat you later, this title of #1 new student will be worthy of my reputation." Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "Worthy of your reputation? I think you're overthinking it. Also, according to the rules of the arena, both sides of the battle will have to pay out the contribution points, right?" As he spoke, Zhuowen's gaze shifted from Pom Man to Lu Qing, who was above the spectator stand. Lu Qing was the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion. Naturally, he had a certain degree of decision-making ability. Haha. Naturally, we have to do things according to the rules. This time, our Emperor Pavilion will pay out 100,000 contribution points. I wonder if Junior Zhuowen can take out so many contribution points with his wealth? Lu Qing smiled faintly. The hearts of quite a number of people below the stage trembled slightly when these words were uttered. A wager of 100,000 contribution points was extremely rare in the many fights in the fighting arena. It could be considered a very large wager. Normally, only a fight between some of the more famous geniuses in the academy would use such a large amount of contribution points as a wager. However, Zhuowen shook his head. The former's reaction made the mocking smile on Lu Qing's face even more. He said, "It seems that I've overlooked it. Junior Zhuowen is alone. It's unlikely that he can take out so many contribution points. In that case, I'll reduce it by half to 50,000 contribution points." However, Zhuowen still shook his head. This caused Lu Qing's expression to sink as he said, "Junior Zhuowen, 50,000 contribution points is already the lowest. The bets of our Emperor Pavilion will never be lower than 50,000 contribution points. I think if you can't take out so many contribution points, there's no need to continue this battle. Number 1 among the new students? You can't even take out 50,000 contribution points? Zhuowen, don't you feel embarrassed? Lu Xiang, who was seated beside Lu Qing, suddenly spoke with her signature sharp voice. It was extremely ear-piercing. The spectators below the stage all had strange expressions on their faces. There were even some who helplessly shook their heads. They originally thought that there would be a heaven-shaking battle to watch. Could it be that the battle was delayed because Zhuowen didn't have enough contribution points? Zhuowen suddenly laughed. He then spoke in a clear voice, Senior Lu Qing. I didn't say that. The reason I shook my head was not because the bet was too big, but because it was too small. And too small? Lu Qing started. His right hand that was holding onto the teacup stiffened. After that, he continued to smile. If that's the case, that would be for the best. However, since Junior Zhuowen said that the bet is too small, how much do you think is appropriate? As the sound of his voice faded, the other members of the Emperor Pavilion behind Lu Qing all had looks of ridicule on their faces. They all claimed that the Emperor Pavilion was a major power and didn't lack contribution points. This Zhuowen was merely a loner. It was already not bad if he could take out 100,000 contribution points. This brat actually felt that it was too little? Could it be that he was slapping his face until it was swollen at its own cost? How about 500,000 contribution points? Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and gestured 5 times. Gotcha! Lu Qing, who originally planned to slowly sip his tea, when he heard this, his eyes bulged out. He couldn't control the strength in his right hand and crushed the teacup into pieces. The clear shattering sound appeared extremely clear and sweet in this somewhat quiet atmosphere. However, this shattering sound did not cause anyone to frown. The expressions on everyone's faces at this moment had all descended into a dull state. Their faces were stiff. When everyone finally regained their senses, an uproar broke out. The first reaction in their hearts was that Zhuowen was absolutely crazy. A bet of 500,000 contribution points was something that had never appeared in the history of the arena. This was a huge sum. Even for the Emperor Pavilion, a bet of 500,000 contribution points wasn't a small amount. After all, this was just a competition. To bet 500,000 contribution points was definitely considered extravagant. Junior Zhuowen, are you sure you're not joking? I suspect that you don't have that many contribution points on you, right? Lu Qing frowned and said. Palm Tree, who was standing on the opposite side of the battle stage, had a dark look in his eyes. His face was filled with disbelief. Zhuowen was only a freshman. How could he obtain so many contribution points in such a short period of time? Even though Palm Tree had joined the Emperor Pavilion for half a year, the total amount of contribution points he obtained wasn't even 500,000. This Zhuowen actually took out 500,000 contribution points as a bet from the start. This was too unexpected. You think that I don't have enough? Zhuowen coldly laughed. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly arrived at the top of a pillar that was several feet tall. He swiped the contribution counter on his right hand and instantly, a light screen appeared on the pillar. The number displayed on the light screen was 500,000. Chapter 1093. AO Sword Technique. At this moment, the huge light screen on the battle stage displayed the number 500,000. It was extremely dazzling. After a brief moment of silence, an uproar broke out below the stage. It really is 500,000 contribution points? Zhuowen is just a new student. How can he have so many contribution points? After a brief moment of silence, the stunned looks in everyone's eyes rapidly turned into shock. 500,000 contribution points. To the majority of the Academy's students, they might not be able to earn that much even after 10 years. However, Zhuowen had only entered the academy for 7 months and already possessed such a considerable amount of wealth. It was truly somewhat inconceivable. On the other side of the battle stage, Palm Tree's heart violently twitched. How did Zhuowen do it? How could he have so many contribution points? However, if Palm Tree knew that Zhuowen had more than this amount of contribution points, she would probably be so shocked that her jaw would drop. After all, Zhuowen had obtained the spirit rings of Emperor Jin, Emperor Feng and Emperor Lan. With the wealth of the 3 Emperor stage experts, Zhuowen was able to exchange for more than 1 million contribution points. Therefore, 500,000 contribution points was really nothing to Zhuowen. Zhuowen quietly stood at the top of the pillar and looked down at Lu Qing on the spectator stand. He grinned and said, "Senior Lu Qing, this junior is not joking. If Senior Lu Qing feels that 500,000 contribution points is too much, I can make an exception and reduce the wager a little." Lu Qing narrowed his eyes and his expression was somewhat ugly. Zhuowen's words were ruthless. If he really reduced the wager, wouldn't it mean that his Emperor Pavilion was not as wealthy as Zhuowen, who was all alone? The Emperor Pavilion could not afford to lose face. 500,000 contribution points, I don't think it's too much. Lu Qing spoke in an indifferent voice. With a stomp of his foot, he also flew to the top of the pillar above the battle stage. With a tap of his right hand, he also inserted 500,000 contribution points. The light screen above the pillar displayed 1 million contribution points. Such a huge number was a huge blow to many people below the stage. Some of the students even revealed greed in their eyes. Of course, this trace of greed only lasted for a moment. Regardless of Lu Qing from the Emperor Pavilion or Zhuowen, both of them weren't existences ordinary people could contend against. This sum of money wasn't something ordinary people could snatch away. Once they did, the consequences would be extremely severe. After Lu Qing returned to the stands, Lu Xiang, who was beside him, frowned and whispered, "Big brother, isn't it strange for Zhuowen to bet 500,000 contribution points? Could it be that he's very confident in this battle? Haha. Maybe he thinks that after defeating you, his confidence is off the charts. Plus, the Palm was once defeated by him, so it's normal for him to look down on the Palm. It's just that he doesn't know how much the Palm has improved in the past 6 months. After he's defeated, he'll regret his decision now." Lu Qing faintly smiled. Lu Xiang nodded and agreed with Lu Qing's words. She sneered. This Zhuowen's attitude of looking down on the Palm may not be a bad thing for the Palm. When he's defeated by someone he once defeated, I wonder what kind of expression this little bastard will have. The corners of Lu Qing's mouth raised slightly, but he didn't reply. However, from the mocking curve of his mouth, one could see that Lu Qing's thoughts were similar to Lu Xiang's. On the battle stage, the Palm had also regained his calm. He indifferently stared at Zhuowen and said, "Brother Zhuo, a day apart really feels like 3 years. In just 7 months, you've actually earned 500,000 contribution points. Even I have to admire you. It's a pity that the contribution points you've worked so hard to earn will soon change owners. In the future, they'll belong to me, the Palm." As he spoke, the Palm slowly took a step forward. A terrifying aura surged out like a tide, and a series of thunderous, ear-piercing sounds rang out from the Palm's body. That was the sound of Yuan power circulating at high speed in the meridians in the body. Zhuowen sneered and said, "It seems that Brother Palm is very confident. However, I think it's too early for you to be happy. The 500,000 contribution points I've put down aren't something you can take as you wish. When the time comes, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome for you." Zhuowen also took a step forward. Slaughter aura pervaded his body, and a terrifying pressure spread out. It was as if countless mountains had descended around Zhuowen. The atmosphere became extremely solemn. The Palm really has advanced to mid-heavenly venerable. What a terrifying aura! On the other side, Jianan frowned slightly. There was some worry in her voice. Mo Lingtian, Gatha, and Xian Xing all frowned. They could feel that the palm's aura was much more terrifying than when he had first entered. The palm probably already has the qualifications to challenge the heavenly venerable leaderboard. I never thought that he would improve so quickly in half a year, Mo Lingtian sighed softly. Brother Zhuo isn't weak either. Although his cultivation is only at the peak of golden venerable, his true battle prowess is probably no weaker than the palm. I just don't know who'll be stronger if they really fight, Gatha softly agreed. If the two of you have no other objections, we can begin now, Lu Qing said leisurely from the spectators' stand. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the palm with a surging aura stomped his foot. He instantly turned into a bolt of white lightning and rushed toward Zhuowen. Then, he pulled out the longsword on his back with his right hand. A chilling light spread out and shone brightly on the battle platform. Zhuowen quietly stood where he was. Soon after, he clenched his right hand. Immediately, a suction force was generated from his palm. Then, the 7-kills saber, which had fallen to the other side, buzzed and was grasped in his hand. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly arrived. The palm was extremely fast, and had already arrived a few feet in front of Zhuowen. He raised his right hand, which was holding the longsword, and immediately smashed it down heavily. Strands of sword light burst forth and enveloped Zhuowen's entire body. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. He lifted the 7-kills saber in his right hand and accurately blocked the longsword's blade that was enveloped by countless rays of sword light. Bang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Soon after, the saber and the sword collided, creating sparks. The terrifying force contained in the collision swept out from the saber and the sword, turning into a ring-shaped airwave that spread in all directions. It even spread below the stage. Some of the students who were caught off guard were forced back a few steps by this airwave. Their eyes were filled with shock. He had never imagined that the shock waves from the collision between the two of them would be so powerful. Furthermore, Zhuowen, who was only at the peak of the Golden Exalt realm, was as unmoving as a mountain in the face of this collision. He was extremely calm. This Zhuowen is not simple. There is quite a gap between his cultivation level and the palm, but he did not fall into a disadvantage in this exchange. This scene was witnessed by many people. Soft whispers rang out. Clearly, Zhuowen's calm performance was beyond many people's expectations. Palm narrowed his eyes. The sword in his right hand changed. It brushed past the blade of the 7-kills saber and continued to stab in front of Zhuowen. His target was Zhuowen's neck. This sword was very sudden and the angle was very tricky. If an ordinary person encountered this sword, they would definitely be flustered and have many loopholes. However, Zhuowen did not. He slowly stretched out his left hand and put 2 fingers together. A terrifying force erupted from between his fingers and caught the long sword that was sweeping towards his neck. Palm only felt that the long sword in his hand was pressed against a hard rock. No matter how much strength he used, he could not make the long sword continue to move forward. Brother Palm, is this all you've got? With this kind of strength, you want to take the title of number 1 new student from me? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Zhuowen's indifferent voice sounded. Immediately, the 7-kill blade swung out horizontally and slashed at the palm tree in front of him. If the palm tree was unable to dodge this attack, it was very likely that it would be cut into 2. Retreat! Palm's gaze changed slightly. Yuan power burst out from his right hand and immediately shook off Zhuowen's 2 fingers that were clamping the tip of the sword. His feet stepped on the void, and he flew back dozens of steps, barely avoiding the 7-kills saber that was slashing towards his waist. Palm retreated dozens of steps, but Zhuowen did not retreat from beginning to end. This scene was witnessed by the people below the stage. Many people could not help but have a strange look on their faces. In this first exchange, Palm, whose cultivation level was much higher, was at a disadvantage. Moreover, he looked a little embarrassed. Brother Palm, is this the strength you wanted to show me? It doesn't seem like much. Zhuowen's gaze was still indifferent as he said with some sarcasm. As soon as these words came out, not only did Palm's face turn ugly, even the members of the Emperor Pavilion led by Lu Qing in the stands did not look good. Obviously, the result of this first exchange did not satisfy them. Palm, don't hold back. Don't show mercy everywhere just because you are all new students. Just finish him off as soon as possible. Lu Qing slowly opened his mouth and his voice was like an ancient well. Palm nodded and immediately looked at Zhuowen fiercely. He sneered and said, Brother Zhuo, no wonder you were able to become the #1 new student. Your combat strength is indeed far beyond your cultivation level. Unfortunately, the gap between you and me is still too big. I will let you see my true strength. That strength is enough to make you despair. Are you done with your nonsense? Let's talk about it. You can show your so-called true strength and not boast about how extraordinary your strength is here. Zhuowen said flatly. Palm's face stiffened and immediately revealed a trace of anger. He said, If that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Take this. As he spoke, Palm's left hand formed a sword sign and his right hand held the sword to the sky. Suddenly, a sword shadow like a snake surrounded the long sword. The fierce sword aura exploded, causing many people to look sideways. Proud Sword Technique. Chapter 1094. Breaking Move. Palm God has actually used the AO sword skill. It seems that he intends to defeat Zhuowen in one fell swoop. Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Apparently, she did not expect Palm God to use this move. The AO sword skill was an extremely powerful killing swordsmanship. It was also Palm God's most powerful move. In the past 6 months in the Emperor Pavilion, Palm God had only used the AO sword skill once, and that was when he fought against Lu Qing. But now, facing Zhuowen, Palm God had once again used the AO sword skill. Obviously, Zhuowen had given him a lot of pressure, so he used his most powerful killing swordsmanship. Palm God who has used the AO sword skill can even kill an ordinary warrior in the late-stage Heavenly Master realm. Zhuowen's fate has already been decided. Lu Qing slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. As soon as the AO sword skill was used, many people in the audience burst into an uproar. Many people in the audience had heard of Palm God's most powerful move, the AO sword skill. Many people even looked at Zhuowen opposite Palm God with a hint of pity in their eyes. Obviously, they thought that Zhuowen might not be able to withstand Palm God's AO sword skill. After all, Palm God often mingled in the arena. Many people in the arena knew how strong he was. Although Palm God was at a disadvantage in the first confrontation, it was just a probing confrontation. It was impossible to see the specific strength of the two. Only by fighting with real weapons would it be easy to know who was stronger and who was weaker. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen looked at the thousands of sword shadows that were rushing straight towards him. A hint of seriousness emerged in his eyes. He could feel that the AO sword skill that Palm God had used was extremely terrifying. Killing momentum. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen stomped his foot to the side. Immediately, the killing momentum was like countless mountains crushing down from the surroundings. For a moment, the air around Zhuowen solidified. The atmosphere stagnated to the extreme. Swoosh! The tens of thousands of sword shadows arrived before Zhuowen in an instant. A wave of killing intent surged out, and it was as if a sword was hanging between Zhuowen's neck. It caused Zhuowen's hair to stand on end as goosebumps rose on his skin. Slash. Zhuowen raised his right hand. Suddenly, the surging killing momentum around Zhuowen's 7 slaughtering saber. With a buzz, the 7 slaughtering saber's blade emitted an extremely terrifying sharpness. Following Zhuowen's gesture, Zhuowen's hand of the 7 slaughtering saber. Following Zhuowen's gesture, the slaughtering momentum of Zhuowen's hand. Clang. The 7 kills blade slashed out and heavily slashed at the countless sword shadows. A crisp sound of metal clashing resounded. Soon after, Zhuowen felt a strong force coming from the hilt of his blade, causing him to take a few steps back. The moment Zhuowen retreated, Lu Qing, Lu Xiang and the other members of the Emperor Pavilion in the stands involuntarily revealed a smile. Obviously, Zhuowen's retreat had filled them with confidence in palm art. Zhuowen has indeed retreated. Palm art's AO sword technique is very powerful. Looks like even Zhuowen has some difficulty resisting it. The audience below the stage also noticed Zhuowen's figure retreating. Everyone's eyes were filled with pity, sighs and also gloating. Big brother Zhuowen. Jia Nan and the other 3 nervously looked at the retreating figure. Their breathing was a little hurried. Clearly, they had also begun to worry about Zhuowen's situation. Haha. Zhuowen, this is just the beginning of the AO sword technique, and you are already unable to resist it. Looks like you will definitely lose this battle. Palm art was suspended 100 meters in the air. His feet were stepping on countless sword shadows. His eyes were filled with pride as he looked down at Zhuowen. Originally, the beginning of the battle had already caused him to have a little fear of Zhuowen. However, at this moment, Zhuowen's retreat had caused the fear in his heart to slowly fade away. Zhuowen's face was as calm as water. He did not have any ripples in his heart because of palm art's words. Zhuowen bent his right wrist. Suddenly, the killing aura around his body suddenly converged and gathered in the 7 kills blade in his hand. Break. Subsequently, Zhuowen's blade aura changed. There was a killing aura pouring in. The power of the 7 kills blade was much more terrifying than before. It was as if the 7 kills blade contained an extremely terrifying flood and ferocious beast. Boom! Once again, the 7 kills blade slashed out and blasted on the sword shadows in front of him. Immediately, Zhuowen's retreating footsteps finally stopped. Then, Zhuowen roared and the power of the 7 kills blade increased several times. Suddenly, the terrifying sword shadows in front of him collapsed. This guide actually broke it? The smile on Palm Art's mouth suddenly froze and his eyes darkened. After breaking the sword shadows, Zhuowen's feet suddenly stepped out. He actually took the initiative to attack Palm Art. The 7 kills blade in his hand was also perfectly combined with the killing aura. It was as if the blade contained layers upon layers of huge mountains, giving people an extremely stagnant and heavy feeling. Palm Art's face was heavy. He said coldly, "Zhuowen, the AO sword technique is not over yet. Just now it was just the beginning. The real power is yet to come. Take this." With that, Palm Art stepped on countless sword shadows and rushed towards Zhuowen with his sword in hand. When he was in front of Zhuowen, the long sword in his right hand suddenly rotated. With a vast aura, it heavily smashed towards Zhuowen's head. Clang! Zhuowen raised his long blade. The blade and sword collided and sparks burst out. The 2 figures stopped in midair as if time had stopped. AO's sword soaring through the clouds. "Suppress for me." On top of the sword shadows, Palm Master let out a low roar. The long sword in his hand emitted a clear sword hum. Immediately, the surrounding countless sword shadows began to churn, condensing into a thick black cloud of sword shadows behind Palm Master. Palm Tree stepped on the clouds as a gigantic sword shadow that was dozens of feet long appeared behind him. Under Palm Tree's sharp gaze, the gigantic sword shadow shot towards Zhuowen like an arrow that had been released from a bow. "Zhuowen, this move, you can't block it." Palm Art's indifferent voice resounded in the clouds. His right hand also began to exert pressure, making Zhuowen unable to block the huge sword shadow from above the clouds. "Can't block it?" "Not necessarily." Zhuowen responded indifferently. Then, a bloody light swept out from his spirit ring and immediately turned into a blood spear. Zhuowen's left hand, which was still free, grasped the blood spear. At the same time, the slaughter momentum was integrated into the blood spear. His left hand pushed up and the tip of the blood spear emitted a demonic bloody color. He fearlessly faced the huge sword shadow. Boom! The sound of the explosion resounded. Then, the blood spear and the sword shadow collided. Zhuowen only felt a strong force and involuntarily stepped back a few steps. The AO sword technique is not something you can block. Break for me. Looking at Zhuowen, who stepped back a few steps, Palm Art's eyes flashed a trace of pride. He took advantage of the opportunity to control the sword shadow and continue to exert pressure on Zhuowen. Not necessarily. Zhuowen spat out these words and pinched a seal. Suddenly, a sorrowful aura spread out from his body. This sorrowful aura became denser and denser. Finally, it formed a mysterious and strange seal behind Zhuowen. It was the Morning Treasure Seal. Like a curse, an invisible force enveloped Palm Art and Palm Art's sword shadow. Then, Palm Art could clearly feel that the power in his body was slowly weakening. The power of the sword shadow was also gradually decreasing. What's going on? What did you do to me? Feeling a part of the power that disappeared out of thin air, Palm Art's face was horrified. He could not help but shout at Zhuowen. Ignorant guy! Zhuowen did not pay attention to the anxious Palm Art. With a cold shout, a blade and a spear once again slashed out. Suddenly, the sword shadow that was originally imposing like a rainbow stagnated, and then collapsed inch by inch. At the same time, the long sword that was slashing on the 7-kill blade was also pushed away by Zhuowen. Then, Zhuowen raised his blade and the slaughter force turned into a hurricane and spread out. Palm Art's face changed greatly and he retreated again and again. You want to retreat? It's not that easy. Zhuowen coldly shouted. He took a step forward and once again arrived in front of Palm Art. The 7-kill blade slashed out, showing no mercy. Palm Art's face changed greatly. He really could not figure out how his strength dropped by nearly 30% after Zhuowen suddenly used that strange seal. Originally, he was steadily suppressing Zhuowen, but now he was the one being suppressed. Clang! The 7-kill blade slammed on the long sword. A huge force spread through the blade and into the long sword. Palm Art only felt his right hand go numb under this huge force. The long sword flew out of his hand and flew away. Palm Art's weapon was knocked away? Seeing this scene, everyone below the stage was stunned. They could not understand why Pom, who originally had the upper hand, would suddenly be ruthlessly suppressed by Zhuowen and become so battered and exhausted. Only Lu Qing's pupils shrank. He stood up and stared at the seal that appeared in the void behind Zhuowen. He murmured in a low voice, "This is the morning seal of the 7 emotions treasured seal? This Zhuowen actually has other contribution points to exchange for such a powerful cultivation technique?" After all, the 7 emotions treasure seal was a sage's power technique. It had a good reputation in the outer courtyard. However, very few outer courtyard disciples would exchange for this power technique. Firstly, this power technique was incomplete. There were only 3 seals left of the original 7 emotions treasure seal. Secondly, the price of this 7 emotions treasure seal was too high. One seal cost 150,000 contribution points. This wasn't something an ordinary warrior could afford. Even if some people had so many contribution points, they would not choose the 7 emotions treasured seal. After all, an incomplete cultivation technique could not display its full power. Spending a huge price to exchange for an incomplete cultivation technique was not worth it. Even if this cultivation technique was at the sage level, it was not worth it. It was better to use so many contribution points to exchange for some cultivation techniques that were suitable for oneself. Whoosh! The moment Palm Art's sword was knocked away, Zhuowen rushed out again. The 7-kill blade slashed out again. A surging killing force rolled over, wanting to completely annihilate Palm Art. Bastard! Palm Art roared. His eyes were full of shock and anger. Zhuowen's slash was merciless. If he did not block it, He would end up in a terrible situation. Palm Art spat out Yuan Qi from his right palm and formed a Yuan Qi defensive light shield in front of him. He wanted to block the slash of the 7-kill blade. Puchi. Chapter 1095. Xie Yu Ah. A miserable cry suddenly sounded. Immediately, the pupils of the crowd below the stage shrunk as they discovered that Pa Suo's right arm had been chopped off by Zhuowen. The fresh blood that splattered on the battle stage appeared extremely demonic and frightening. Pa Suo lost an arm? What happened just now? Lu Xiang's hand gently covered her cherry lip. Her pretty eyes were filled with disbelief as she muttered to herself. Lu Xiang's doubts were also the doubts of many people below the stage. The scene just now was too strange. Zhuowen was clearly suppressed by Pa Suo's AO sword technique. Originally, they thought that Pa Suo would completely defeat Zhuowen with that attack. However, the situation suddenly took a strange turn. Pa Suo seemed to be lacking in strength. His AO sword technique was broken and now, his right arm had been chopped off. All of this happened in a flash and no one could react. It's the grief treasure seal of the 7 emotions treasure seal. Pa Suo's strength was weakened by the grief treasure seal and fell by 30%. Therefore, Zhuowen was able to turn the tables. Lu Qing softly said to Lu Xiang. His expression was quite ugly. Even he did not expect such a situation. It's actually the grief treasure seal. Where did Zhuowen get so many contribution points? Lu Xiang's pretty eyes hardened. She was really unable to understand. After all, Zhuowen had taken out 500,000 contribution points as a wager. Now, he had even exchanged his contribution points for such a precious grief treasure seal. All of this caused her to be unable to understand. Why did Zhuowen have so many contribution points? Pa Suo has been defeated. Lu Qing softly sighed. His eyes revealed a gloomy expression and his heart faintly ached. After all, Pa Suo's defeat meant that he had lost 500,000 contribution points to Zhuowen for nothing. Even though Lu Qing was the 3rd pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion, he could not help but feel a faint pain in his heart. Thud thud thud. Pa Suo suddenly landed on the battle stage from the sky. His left hand pressed on his right shoulder blade to stop the injury on his right arm. His face was pale as he looked at Zhuowen, who was slowly descending from the sky. His eyes were filled with fear. How did this Zhuowen's strength become even more abnormal than before? He actually defeated him so easily and even cut off one of his arms. Zhuowen, you're too ruthless. You actually chopped off Pom-Pom's right arm. You're really cruel. Lu Qing suddenly stood up and stared coldly at Zhuowen. His voice was filled with coldness. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and said with slight ridicule, "Swords have no eyes. Getting injured in a martial arts competition is a rare and common thing. Why did it become a heinous crime in the words of Senior Lu Qing? This is the excellent Divine Institute. How can you be as vicious and merciless as in the outside world, breaking someone's limbs? A person like you doesn't deserve to be called an outer court student," Lu Qing said coldly. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold as he said, "I would like to ask Senior Lu Qing. Right now, Pom-Pom and I are in the arena. There are countless fights happening in the arena every day. Broken arms and legs are a common occurrence. It's enough as long as it doesn't harm one's life. When the Institute doesn't even care, Senior Lu Qing cares so much. Does Senior Lu Qing think that you're better than the Dean?" Lu Qing's expression froze. In his heart, he thought that this Zhuowen was really sharp-tongued and knew how to talk. However, his expression didn't change as he said, "You really have a glib tongue. You actually put me together with the Dean. It's because the Institute has people like you that the atmosphere has slowly become so distorted." Zhuowen smiled. The 7-murder blade in his hand suddenly pointed at Lu Qing and said indifferently, "Senior Lu Qing has said so much. I'm afraid that you're planning to teach me, your junior, a bad influence on the school. Since that's the case, come at me." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding noise suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at each other and looked at Zhuowen in surprise. No one expected that Zhuowen would take the initiative to challenge Lu Qing, even though he clearly knew Lu Qing's goal. Could it be that after defeating Pom Pom, this guy was so arrogant that he thought that even Lu Qing was no match for him? Lu Qing was also stunned. After he recovered, an extremely cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "You're the one who provoked me. Since you've made such a request, I plan to teach you a lesson." As he spoke, Lu Qing took a step and leaped onto the arena. "Pom Pom, you can leave first." On the arena, Lu Qing glanced indifferently at Pom Pom, who was not far away. Pom Pom clutched his broken right arm and bowed slightly. He left the arena in a daze. Originally, he thought that this battle would allow him to hold his head high and spread his fame far and wide. He did not expect that he would be defeated again. Moreover, he was defeated twice by the same person. Looking at Pom Pom's lonely back, many people in the audience sighed. Originally, everyone was quite optimistic about Pom Pom. They did not expect the result to be so unexpected. They could not help but sigh. At the moment when Lu Qing flew towards the battle platform, two figures sat quietly in a remote corner at the top of the stands. These two figures were both women with graceful figures. One of them had black hair like a waterfall, soft and dry, and a pair of autumn eyes that were as clear as water. The other woman's face was covered with a veil. Her eyes were also incomparably beautiful, like the bright stars in the night sky. Through these beautiful eyes, it was not difficult to imagine how devastatingly beautiful the face under the veil was. Wu Shang. Is this the Zhuowen that Mu Chenxue could not forget? Although his strength is not bad, there is still a big gap between him and the top geniuses of our outer court. The woman with black hair like a waterfall suddenly said to the woman with veil beside her, "Don't be deceived by this fellow's appearance. Although this fellow's talent can't compare to elder sister Chenxue's, it is still a bit better than those fellows from the outer court. Moreover, this fellow's strength cannot be measured by his cultivation, I can only describe it as unfathomable." The veiled girl softly said, "If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely recognize the graceful woman with veil. Wasn't she the head of the fragrant ink pavilion, Moyan Wushang?" The beautiful woman with black hair like a waterfall sitting beside Moyan Wushang was not any less famous than Moyan Wushang in the outer court. She was the pavilion master of the Clear Sound Pavilion, one of the 4 major forces. At the same time, she was also in the top 5 of the Heavenly Sovereign list. Whoosh! Just as the two women were discussing softly, a silent figure suddenly appeared not far away from the two women, attracting their attention. They saw that this person was slender and well-proportioned, wearing a black robe. His face was bloodless, revealing a sickly paleness. His lips were also a strange dark color, as if he was poisoned. Xie. Staring at this figure, Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin could not help but exclaim in unison. Their voices were full of shock. Xie was the pavilion master of the vast Moon Pavilion, and also the first on the Heavenly Sovereign list. He had always appeared and disappeared unpredictably. He was the most mysterious person on the Heavenly Sovereign list. Even the other 3 pavilion masters rarely saw Xie. Xieyu's pair of evil black eyes glanced indifferently at Zhuowen's figure on the battle stage. Then, his gaze shifted slightly and landed on Moyan Wushang. He said, "Moyan Wushang, is this Zhuowen really the sweetheart that Chen Shui mentioned?" Hearing this, Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin finally knew that Xie, who had always been elusive, actually appeared in the arena today to watch Zhuowen's battle. It turned out that it was mainly because of Mu Chenxue. Back then, when Mu Chenxue was still in the outer court, it could be said that she was stunning. Whether it was her appearance or temperament, Mu Chenxue could be said to be unique and unparalleled. Soon, she was known as the first beauty in the outer court. At the same time, Mu Chenxue's suitors also formed a long line in the outer court. Most of the monstrous geniuses on the Heavenly Sovereign list also fell in love with Mu Chenxue at first sight. Unfortunately, Mu Chenxue rejected all the suitors. Her reason was that she already had someone she liked. Because of this, many suitors in the outer court were disheartened. Of course, there were also many radical guys who were like sticky candy. They wanted to know who Mu Chenxue's sweetheart was. Unfortunately, Mu Chenxue's mouth was very tight. No one could get any information about her sweetheart from her. Only a few monstrous geniuses who were at the top of the Heavenly Sovereign list learned the name of Mu Chenxue's sweetheart from Moyan Wushang. Among them, Evil Moon, who ranked first on the Heavenly Sovereign list, was one of the few people who knew that Zhuowen was Mu Chenxue's sweetheart. Evil Moon was arrogant and disobedient. However, his talent was extremely terrifying and his strength was also very strong. At that time, he was only second to Mu Chenxue on the Heavenly Sovereign list. Later, when Mu Chenxue advanced to the Emperor realm and successfully entered the inner court, Evil Moon naturally became the first on the Heavenly Sovereign list. At that time, everyone in the outer court knew that Evil Moon had a fanatical love for Mu Chenxue. For this reason, Evil Moon even used all kinds of means to defeat other suitors. It was a pity that the fallen flower had feelings for the heartless brook. Although Evil Moon was extremely fond of Mu Chenxue, Mu Chenxue did not appreciate his feelings. She was neither cold nor indifferent towards Evil Moon. This made Evil Moon extremely vexed. Later, he found out from Moyan Wushang that a young man named Zhuowen was Mu Chenxue's sweetheart. Coincidentally, not long after, Zhuowen also entered the outer court. Most of the students in the outer court did not know about the relationship between Zhuowen and Mu Chenxue. Only Evil Moon and a few others knew about it. During these 7 days, the Emperor Pavilion started to publicize the battle between Zhuowen and Pom Pom. This naturally attracted Evil Moon's attention. Originally, Evil Moon wouldn't care about such a battle. However, he couldn't help but pay attention to Zhuowen's name. It was because of the name Zhuowen that Evil Moon came to the arena for the first time to watch this Zhuowen's battle. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes flickered, but she did not answer Evil Moon's question. Evil Moon was very strong. She was afraid that if Evil Moon knew that this Zhuowen was Zhuowen, she did not know whether it would be disadvantageous for Zhuowen. Even if you don't say it, I know that this Zhuowen is Chenxue's sweetheart. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.